As we are once again alive upon the internet. As yeah, we're appear to be with bitrates and publics and everything else bit rating away. So yeah, that all looks good. Let's make sure audio looks fine. Oh yeah, let's actually, this seems a little off. Yeah, there we go. I almost forgot my tablet again. It is handy tool. Let's get it going. Yeah, let's jump in. We're halfway on that character. Yeah, let's actually grab some hard knees. Or try to get some while we warm up and wake up and get in the spirit of things. Let's make sure this goes over here. Yeah. As later on, we're gonna continue recording character 3.
Safe area entered.
That'll be a lot of fun. Yeah. But first, yeah, let's go grab a few Krampus bounties on hard. I left my characters on hard. Here, audio. That sentence had a continuation, but yeah, I hear audio breaking. But just saying, I hear audio. Oh yeah, I have the bug there. Let's log out and log back in, because I was losing frame rate as we went, which is always very annoying. And I did this, and hit the open world. Take a look at this. Plane. Remove a blue. Oh wait, did you post it in the Discord or something? Or
Safe area detected.
oh, it is broken again. Now then, yeah. Or was there a link there? Overworld? Because yeah, it won't let links through. That's, yeah, as you can imagine, that opens up way too much opportunities for shenaniganery. So yeah, those are all disabled. But you could post it in the Discord, or you could DM it to me, or on the Discord or something. Oh, or yeah. Was your in-game name the exact same as there? Not exact same, at least. Blue. And is that? Yeah. Or is it because of the capitalization sometimes when we, or if you have your, like, if you can type in at here. Pretty sure I typed that correctly. Otherwise, yeah, if you have an in-game name for me. Oh, okay. So, or actually, I think I have. Yeah, actually, it's a run, don't I? We could have gone for that. The thing is, I would expect with something like this, it depends what your first shot is. Like, can you actually get this going? Would be my question instantly, because already pistol attenders don't have the oomph to really do that kind of stuff. The 1886 barely has that. Like that's why there's those rifle tech tanks. Because if you're taking like multiple shots to get going on the first shot, and then how much does it even do on the second shot? I need VODs, I need Tennyson. How many bandits have I shown this character? Oh, really? Because I can't. Can it even on the second shot go to a purple? Because Chain Killer would be an instant, simple one. Just to get the punch going on the second shot at least. Because I'm gonna guess you need to multi-shot even a red, I'm guessing.
That's what I've got.
Okay. Surprising that it actually even gets a red still. Oh, with the modifier of this season is likely. Yeah, the 30 weapon damage would make up for some. You would have to check how much you can gain with the Chain Killer to go to, instead of the Fox, to get maybe the second shot onto Elite. Kind of depends where it's exactly.
Entering safe area.
I would also say, like, if nothing else, yeah, you could tech tank it, because you know that could already help a little with taking one tier out, and you still have a shield. But even like a 4-tier shield is going to be more than enough. Like, I don't feel you need the 6 tiers that you have, or the 5 tiers that you have there. It was 6 tier, wasn't it? You don't need 6 tiers on the thing to begin with, like if you're just tanking it. And then yeah, you can just have gunner still for the armor and kill. But honestly, you could likely take a palisade piece and then take sharpshooter for. I wouldn't make too much of a difference. Would be the same outcome almost. That can start on a red with just memento, with the memento charge up as well. Then I'm guessing. Because the Regulus is quite a bit behind, isn't it? To 1986? Or am I kind of... not remembering exactly how far off they are. Versus... So I think 386. 282, yeah. So I'm guessing it's with the modifier then? Must be almost. Right? Yeah, but then also the modifier of the season, right? Likely with the 30 weapon damage on. Because normally something like that would just not have the killing power. And you would just be better off with like the rifle tech tank at that point. You would have the same kind of killing power, but then much more easily with more maneuverability. But yeah, I doubt if it works enough for your feelings. But yeah, you have to watch out that next season likely then it wouldn't. Oh wait, I should realize now. I want to go, of course, here. I want to go somewhere else now. Let's go over there. Let's just get some of these bannies, and then we'll end up on character 4 and take them maybe to Kanta, maybe. As I do want actually purple.
What the hell is this?
LMGs.
Oh no, not him!
Putting bullets downrange.
This armor's totally screwed.
And this is interesting. So turns out unit doesn't seem to have. Well, let's go try one last time. Although, well, nah, this is yeah. If it did, it would have. All right, but unit doesn't have purple pieces, which sucks for me. Because yeah, when you kill the names, you either get high-end piece or you get nothing. Meaning that yeah, there is no purple version of it because they always drop a target at if they can. And the only other places they don't drop a target at is if you fight them, for instance, on the Roosevelt Bridge. When you're fighting them here, it has the target of Roosevelt, which is nothing. So there they also don't drop any, like, targeted. But yeah, that was actually interesting to run into. I guess I don't know, that's impressive actually. I wouldn't have expected it to be able to start on a red. But yeah, if it can, like, you have to kind of the thing with the blues and reds on those kind of builds is like, what does it get you to lose a blue? You would have to check how many blues you need to drop to go from a red to a purple, but likely that's not going to happen, like, at all. Starting on a purple. So if you're already able to start on a red, then you can one-shot the red to start. Where am I going? I'm being distracted. My mind isn't fully awake. I just took a nap, so I'm kind of still hazy. And hey there, Tigress. And hey there, Zimmy. And hey there, Grind. And hey there, Naps. And yeah, welcome in. How's everybody enjoying their Saturday so far? But I was about to say Sunday just because I slept. So my mind had already gone to the next one. And then just grabbing some of these guys on purple or on hard to get some purples. I'm also trying to get some more Krampus bounties on hard if I can. And then hopefully we'll get a decent targeted, and I'm gonna use these for trying to get purple gear out of here as well. But I might as well also farm them while we have them still. And yeah, so I'm curious to see actually when have they outright come and stated anywhere like, hey, the event ends now, the event ends this time. Did they have any?
Safe area entered.
I'm guessing they just have extended it. All right. See this guy back to hard as well. I won't run that. No, let's just run this red. Normal hard, just farm the keys. So normal would be if you want to get the keys, especially. Yeah, you would just farm it on normal. I'm farming it on hard because I run purple builds. Not a common thing, not a recommended thing outright or anything, but I enjoy it. So for purple, the last difficulty that purple drops on is hard. And that's then also the difficulty you kind of farm it on, usually. And these are actually one of the better sources when it comes to purple, because yeah, everything is named, which actually trying to get purple gear is kind of hard. That's kind of half the fun of purple gear, of making a purple build. But that's why I'm farming, trying to get some bounties on it, but also like I actually need some, well, if I can get a better LMG, that would be nice, but It's pretty rare to get an upgrade because, yeah, we don't have optimization, we don't have those kind of things, so we need to get it to drop with really good stats. And that doesn't happen a lot with games. So 13th of January. Okay, did they say that somewhere, or is that just...
I'm so sorry.
something somebody assumed somewhere? Then yeah, let's stay on this character. Maybe bang out a daily or something, unless we have something better to do. Tomac, neither of those is great. I'm running this Coco a little bit more. So maybe we take that out for a spin a little bit, and we just take it up against activities or something. No, let's do that. No, we'll take Coco Tick Tank, or Coco Tick Tank, Coco Turtron Hybrid. Yeah, let's go back to it right then. Let's take it up against some just activities and stuff. Otherwise, I'll go do a mission first to kind of charge it up. Yeah, because they said they were gonna extend it, but I haven't seen any like dem stuff at least. Oh, was part of that. Okay. Yeah, it's annoying that the server statuses aren't showing in the thing. Actually, I missed that because I've seen this message. At least the part where for when the maintenance was. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks for double checking there for me. Haven't heard anything. Yeah, well, already like Friday, yesterday. They fixed it. They did maintenance to fix it, and then it was fixed. Sometimes they do maintenance and doesn't fix it, but this time they did maintenance and fix it. Let's go for one of these invaded missions. Let's go for Grand Washington. Just want to run this thing solo, see how it feels. Works out stacking wise. Yeah. We'll run it with the companion.
Getting that Black Tusk assault team out of there is your
For
main objective.
another mark.
There are a few high priority targets we want you to neutralize. Their codenames are Puck, Roadblock, and Carver.
See that up there?
I'm gonna waste every last one of you! Eat this! Jim!
Got to kill those guys actually. I was like making them drop from the sky. I totally forgot about them. It's like 8 stacks there.
You're gonna have to do this room by
8
room.
stacks. 8
We have
stacks.
zero
Nah,
intel on
less.
how they're set up on site.
Well, now less. Definitely. Kind of leaving them as well for my skill to hit them too.
No!
Oh, those 3 of you there. And yeah, we'll run around here a little bit, then we'll go and start, we'll continue recording for Character 3. We already did 8 of their builds. And I kind of like this, actually. We'll likely tomorrow do the same for Character 5, or 4, I mean. In the same way, we'll just do a few builds in the afternoon and a few builds in the evening. Letting me have a break in between. But everybody gives me some
Confirming that
marks.
Puck is
Thank you.
down. Good work. Continue clearing the building.
This thing is still like very slow. In comparison to just using Coco in groups. But we're at least halfway stacked. For now. We're gonna purple gear maxed out. I do have some like close to maxed out pieces. I do have like a piece that is actually
Assume they know you're
technically god roll with a recal. But yeah, they're rare. I do have a 11.5 mod, for instance, as well. 11.5 crit damage mod. Which is also pretty rare, actually. But yeah, the build itself is not very maxed out, honestly. In comparison to, you know. Because yeah, you don't have optimization, especially, is the thing. So you can't just, you know, get a piece and just optimize it. You get one recalibration, that's it. So. And they are also just rare.
I'll go take a look.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Challenging is challenging. I am heroic. I'm a hero, so. Actually, hero. The hard is hard and challenging is challenging, but I can be heroic. That's easier.
He's not getting up. Roadblock has been neutralized. One priority target remaining.
I can be your hero, baby. I can shoot away the black disk. Yeah, nah. Let's not go that way. Yeah, these goddamn hyenas. But the black disk didn't clean it up either. You'd feel you'd clean that up if you're just taking over a place. For some reason, just because of the mark on it, my brain just instantly goes like negotiator or OD style, where I'm just trying to mark as many people. It kind of helps in group settings, definitely. Doesn't really help here. You just, you know, kind of get my drone and turret on a target and then shoot them and then hope they get some marks on them too.
Heads up.
Halfway through the mission, we're most of the way
They just sent multiple
stacked.
squads back down into the building.
This works out well
Agent
enough.
detected.
Sure. Could grab that PFE. I wouldn't mind taking that PFE another time against rogues, but I kind of know how that one works out. Let's say this. Because actually, turret drone is a good way to deal with these guys as well. Not as good as PFE, but at least it's more overall easier than like just a normal red. The only danger is how they kind of blow out. Because they have to kind of surround me or get skills around me.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Or if they have that. Especially as well if they have decoys, because all my skills just went over there. Drone, please. Please, drone. We need you. You push him out, I'll finish him off. Don't know what's behind me over there. Oh, decoy.
Rogue agent eliminated.
Let's get toilet loot. Gonna get some toilet loot. You were completely useless, True Sun Man. Especially on solo scaling, these guys are not that chunky. Hey. That might be the first pain of the year. First of many. Oh, yeah. That looks... yeah. Wait, on what? Oh yeah.
Just headed down from the roof.
Oh yeah, there's a reference to that. I totally forgot about that actually. Although, well, yeah, they were just trying to pull out an insult, and then as if that would be an insult that you could apply in the division. Like, that's like more showing of like how little they know of, as if it's hard to do heroic. That's why I also liked using it against that other idiot, because they actually cared and they kind of like actually were offended by it.
Grenade!
Oh, I didn't grab the key. Yeah, I got busy shooting at the people and got to get the key. See, I am a noob. If I wasn't challenging, I would have gotten the key. See, I should be playing on challenge.
Looks like they're
Yeah, no, I
taking up
remember,
defensive positions around a mobile
Wolf saying
command
that.
post topside.
If they've got
Although they
command
weren't,
stations,
they
should
they're
be
not
from-
they're not even aware of me. Luckily for me as well. They were just saying it just to try to throw out an insult, but and either moving on. And yeah, doing good. Hope you're doing well too. And whoever is enjoying their Saturday so far. Nah, let's just go for that classic. You're the lamp now. Be a good lamp, turret. Be the best lamp you can be. Shine bright. It's kind of looking around, going like, where do I want to put this turret? But I think there, because I think there it can shoot down there as well. And it is nice to have some stacks going still into the next fight, but yeah, they definitely lose a bunch of stacks there. We're down halfway.
Grenade!
25% complete.
Mother!
This guy just loves almost yelling motherfucker. Is it because he's dead too? Or is it because he's inbred?
50% complete.
Like a son of a bitch? Just leaving him on a sliver there. And now we wait. Which I'm gonna recycle my turret at the very least. Should take position here actually.
75% complete.
Yeah, neither end. Just one build to run the current state of game. What would be and what can the first one is a build right there. I mean, if it's just one build, likely just for its ability to do anything, it will just be Striker. Obliterate Striker could do anything if I just like I'm forced to just have one single build.
I got rounds on the agent.
It can go through all the content and stuff. But that would also be very, for me, like, yeah, not the thing I would enjoy for too long. For me, a lot of it is variety. I don't mind running even weaker builds that just have a different playstyle. just to kind of shake it up. For instance, this build, I wouldn't per se say like I likely could finish this mission faster as either a tech tank or just a full red or like something like that. But I kind of like the gameplay of this, where it has like a certain drone to take care of, and then also like a red sets bonuses to kind of think about. So that's kind of the
Reinforcements
thing
entering
there.
the building on the ground floor.
Roger that.
Because honestly, like, if everybody else still gets to run whatever builds, I might be picking Eclipse, because I could go Fire or Foam, depending on the situation, because I enjoy that build more. I could play that longer. But, and then gun, yeah, Lexington, because Lexington. Is a missed one. Usually people, you know, in between, there's a lot of unaccounted wins. So it always works out. You know, that's the thing with time zones, right? I'm always making someone cringe somewhere. It's always 12 a cringe somewhere.
They're in here! Grenade out!
That's how time zones
All
work,
clear.
right?
Black Tusk appears to have abandoned the location.
Indeed, cringe o'clock. Oh, a Krampuslav appeared. That's funny, the mission just ends and instantly the loafers. The groups of Eclipse. I like running Eclipse a lot, but that's also kind of a playstyle thing, and kind of
Looks like Black Tusker in the Viewpoint Museum.
I like
Let's
playing
let them out
damaging
fast.
kind of supports.
Detected.
But again, as well, it would for me get boring after a little bit of just playing Eclipse. Because yeah, there's a lot of good ones. There's, you know, Ongoing Directive. There is Redify. There is Combat Medics. There's the full healers for where that's needed. What? Who's hitting me? Where's my dude? Oh, he's inside still. A lot of help you were. Oh. Now you teleport. Because actually, nowadays, I feel Division is doing pretty well in its build diversity.
Hostiles guarding location.
It's also more than most other games. Division is more about, you know, going wide than going deep. For instance, in a lot of other games, you just, at least for a character or for a class that you're playing, you just try to get like deep and just get like one build kind of set up like perfectly. Division, it's not too hard to get a build maxed out. Like, honestly, especially, you know, someone like me that plays way too much. At the very start of the season, I'll just, you know, slap the gear set together, optimize it all up. Half an hour, we could be maxed out. That's kind of different than other games, which is also something I really do enjoy. Yeah, let's get to some activities. Let's do a few activities with this. But then I wanted to carry over the charge. Let's actually just go do that. Just to I played around with this, put some hours on this build, basically get a feel for it. Definitely feels a little better than the Striker because of its retention. But also I think the gun is just hitting quite a bit harder than the Striker one. We'll actually look into it when we do the... Although likely before that even, I might already prep start prepping a Coco spreadsheet basically for the build showcase. Because I do want to compare this one's numbers against
They've sent a machine to kill us.
Oh, he spotted my drone. I'm like, wait, what is that line? They sent a machine to kill us? Yeah, he saw my drone. Oh yeah, the machine is attached to me. I am the machine. Oh, and hey, this sucker. And thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream, and hope you had some fun. We'll get you a shout out here. Sorry, I'm distracted for a moment. But yeah, welcome in raiders. Hope you had a great stream. And yeah, welcome in. And it is Sabo. And he the Darf. As over here, I'm kind of messing around with this Coco Turtron hybrid. I'm already sold on the build. It's still perfect. This would be maybe better like with 2-man group or something at the very least. It's working well enough. But definitely don't find myself using Turtron hybrids too much. Just because I kind of forget they exist and I just rather be on a tech tank for, for instance this. Well, I don't mind it for that. Because also, you can just use the Turtle drone as distractions.
Incoming hostiles detected.
How did you guys survive that long? Where are you going? I mean, I know I just killed like a bunch of you. You saw all your friends die and stuff, but it's still. This is a video game and you're supposed to fight. I mean, that's a realistic response to what happened there. They just saw all their friends die. Like, yeah, I would run too, but still. Just run towards me.
I'll never be able to thank you enough for this.
Let's clear out that territory. Yes, we can imagine that also. But there's also actual, like, more than a lot of games. Like, I thought there's now, if you kind of look at the collection, like, let's say 20 builds are, well, first of all, like 15 builds or something are variations. So if we take that out, then we're kind of left with like 4 characters. Let's say 16. So we basically take out character 5. Then let's say another, so leaving 64 builds. I would say like another 20 are kind of mediocre or meh, or just weird stuff like purple. It still leaves like 40 builds ish that are just different stuff. I do like now that we it's good to see some competition for striker. That's actually like I'm very happy about that. And also competition that isn't just, hey, this is just more damage or just stuff like that. It's actually substantially different. Like Coco is substantially different from striker. Dipping skill somewhat, but not to the same degree, but still. Yeah. Hey, convo you say? Ow.
Vital signs critical.
That's yours, wasn't it?
Agent incapacitated.
US. Not the US. US. Because I was like, wait, what happened to my health gate?
Incoming hostiles detected.
And what happened to my health gate is that it was friendly. Well, as far as friendly fire goes. This guy has grenades, doesn't he? Where am I going? You have grenades, right? throws frag grenades.
Hostile control point detected.
Jesus Christ. I have a turret and a drone here, and you're the worst. I wasn't even near the enemy. What the fuck was... right? Like... that wasn't even like... I wasn't sure if I'm like a tech tank and I'm like next to the enemy and he throws a grenade and hits me. Like, I was just by myself over there. What? Game. Sometimes game. Indeed. And it despairs. Indeed. Escapism not achieved, indeed. Like, disbelief not suspended. Disbelief continued. Any publics here? Sure. Don't want to deal with that hyena one over there because they always run away way too much. What am I dealing with that hyena one over there then? Let's get this one first then. See around you. I mean, he didn't kill me outright, so. But also, yeah, on hardcore, I would just take the whole thing off. The thingies would still be just the commanders are still too much of a damage factor, incoming damage factor. So just not deal with them would be easier. And yeah. Although eventually what will happen is they'll remove their ability to do friendly fire. Like, but for now as well, so one of the things, not even for that actually, so even for a different reason, is that I don't take any guys that have grenades, because they also, every time they throw a grenade, well, not every time, but quite often they just yell out grenade, or you know, something to that effect. And that's already annoying. But yeah, just take guys that don't have grenades to begin. That one just kind of came out of nowhere to just get me there. Is it for survivors? A general date? No, that's still. Well, this year was, I think, mentioned, right? Like they mentioned 2026, I think, on one of the streams. But that's a big gap, and that's also, you know, subject to change. Brooklyn was also like 2024 or something, or 20, even not 3, right? It was 24, and then they extended it right by a lot. Because in the end it was 2025. How about you go kaboom? How about you go kaboom?
Incoming hostiles detected.
What? What do you mean incoming hostiles? What? I'm not done with this wave yet. Who are these people? What's going on with the game today? Game's drunk? Yeah, that's... Who are these then? Oh, are these from this territory control? I saw the name being there. I saw a named turret being there. So likely the named group killed the guys in the territory's second wave spawn. Jesus Christ, game. You're just trying to confuse me today, aren't you? You just... Game's trying to go like, you think you know. You know nothing, John IKEA Snow.
Access key detected.
Yeah, okay.
Can't believe this shit's happening here.
Wait, what? I'm so far away from it though. This isn't gonna work actually, right? Just for my curiosity. I'm gonna take the key and then try to go and see if the crate will open, because Jesus, we're a mile away. And then pretty solid damage from me. Yeah, all of these short-drone hybrids can do like. This is still ahead of a tech tank in damage output and stuff. It just, of course, doesn't have that survivability of a tech tank. But so, at the end of the day, this is like, a glass build when the memento is charged up. Here also with modifier, but that's not feeding too much into here. These do decent damage. The thing is, though, that most of the time I would just rather be on a full red. But there is nothing wrong with these, especially. Like, if you're going a third drone, I would nowadays go this if you really want to. And there's something to be said for the turret and the drone there. Like, with that public, if I was just a glass build, like, yeah, I could toss out a decoy, but that would help for a few seconds. But these turrets and drones actually, like, do a little bit. Surprising that that box was openable, actually, because I was so far away. Yeah, let's go get this one too. And then maybe go get set up for recording some of the other parts. So Tech Time, no, this is a turret-drone hybrid, so Conk or Coco. Yeah, I hadn't seen it as Conk. That also works. Yeah, concentrated, just CUNC. Yeah, we've taken to call them Cocos. Also, somebody commented, and I totally forgot about that. We should totally include that for some of the other ones. Just going Coco for Cocoa Puffs. That also works with that. That was a creative find.
He's gone for cover.
But yeah, it's a turret drone hybrid variant. Kind of like the Striker and Negotiator one that are already in the build collection, but yeah. Glass chest, memento, everything else Coco, everything yellow cord, and then crit kind of balance that for the
Civilians in distress.
master. It's already in the collection as well. 4 point something. I need to see even good. Don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason. It's one of the go-tos. The second you have a few yellow cores, this becomes the goal or the tool of choice. Hell, even for the combat medics, where we're kind of foregoing even using the skill damage side of it. There is just the best choice because from the yellow cores it gets a lot. And then it has really good mods. And then PDR is actually a decent enough AR. But yeah, here, because it has the equivalent of like 5 mods, effectively. Because yeah, that's 10 crit chance and then 30 crit damage. So. That also helps quite a bit. And these setups are always like the Striker one that already is in there, the Negotiator one that already is in there. They do about the same. I would say here the Coco one, actually, this feels like the strongest gun out of them. And I think that's true as well, just because of the bonuses we get here. But I wouldn't mind double checking that in number form. If it is also, it's not by much, but it does feel pretty strong on the gun. Oh yeah, I was just thinking of like, oh yeah, is this in Downtown West? I just want bounties in Downtown West and West End mostly, with the exception of the Krampuses, of course. You know what? We can run down there. Although, oh no, we've ran past it, so they will have executed already. You know, let's go get just one more. But these style of builds, if you're kind of into this playstyle, they're pretty good. And this is one of the better ones. For me, I'd much rather hear solo like this be on a tech tank. Because this also doesn't open up any real options when it comes to, for instance, directives. Honestly, like, fragile armor hurts more on this than it does on a tech tank. Because on a tech tank, I'm likely never going to break. So there's stuff like that. These are styles of build. There's a reason there are so many third row hybrids in the collection. They're actually pretty good. We just kind of forget about them. They get kind of classed out by other stuff sometimes. Normally, I want to spread my turret and my drone out. Well, actually, I don't need to as well here. But here, I'm trying to target them constantly onto the target that I'm shooting, which is kind of overkill because I'm at max stack still. Because normally, I shoot something and I try to get my turret and my drone on other things. Just so we're shooting multiple things and just, you know.
I guess I owe my life to the division now. Thank you, Agent.
Wait, are you submitting to slavery? That's what kind of sounded like.
Thank you, Agent.
I mean, we don't take slaves. I mean, not yet. Although, well, is Keener our slave or is Keener our prisoner? I feel Keener is our slave, right? Downstairs.
How's this for
You were a lot of help there. Yeah, let's take it back to base. I'm guessing, yeah, that's the backstab. Yeah. Actually, wait, I'm kind of curious, actually. Where's there? I'm on the right tab, that shows up. Like, that enemy wasn't even near me. Was it just because of that guy rushing me? Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
That's yours, wasn't it?
Agent incapacitated.
Okay,
US.
instant. Yeah. We'll feature that one. I just wanted to see actually, yeah, what caused it, but it must have been because of that guy rolling towards me. That likely, like the path or the calculation of it was just directly to me when he threw that grenade. Yeah.
Glad to see you.
Let me get you up here. Perfect entrench build right now. That's gonna make it pretty weak. Though. One shot has. I mean, yeah, that's going to be the issue. Perfect entrench, for instance, as a healing tool is kind of not too great. Because chest talents, backpack talents are really powerful.
Thanks for your business.
But for instance, yeah, taking Palisades plus a gunner, and so you have armor on kill. You would still need to kill, where in trench you just need headshots, but
Looking for something?
yeah, that can kind of be like a much more efficient way, because yeah, if you can keep your chest talent, that can give you more damage than, for instance, yeah, the brand bonus plus the weapon talent. So that might be an option, for instance, to try. Oh, yeah, that was indeed a good clip. Work that. The builds offer. It's more just it's kind of slow and methodical. You have to think way too much. Overall, yeah, I would agree with just taking preservation, for instance. Thing is, though, entrench doesn't need a kill; it just needs a headshot. That is a benefit, but in most cases, you can get the kill. Yeah, let's actually go up from character 1 to 3. Try to get some more Krampus heart bounties. Cramp ass. No, it's more just, yeah, that isn't per se. Does overclock apply to that cooldown? Because it shouldn't. I don't think anyone has really tried that. combination, likely ever. But overclock should only be skill cooldowns. It could be that a talent, but yeah, other talents are not affected by it. So I remember people trying it with, for instance, skilled and stuff. And yeah, that doesn't affect that. Neither with trauma, which was another big one that people were hoping overclock would work with, but it doesn't. But yeah, basically it's supposed to be just skills and not talents. Let's go LMGs. That was here. I wouldn't be surprised if it like works for something like that. Maybe accidentally, but I need a jack. Let's make sure I saw that. Missed anything. So for instance, for solo play, I would be much rather on this, like this pesty build. We're in hard now, but this is just gonna melt. But I find the killing potential of this is much more like easy, honestly, to kind of
Serious trauma detected.
get going. Yeah, these guys are always the most annoying. What? Is that you again? Wait, do you have grenades too? I keep trying to inspect them with like inspect. No, okay, yeah, so it wasn't you this time. What hit me there? Because it wasn't like was like a exploding backpack, but there was no exploding backpacks to be had. I remember it was the backpack on that LMG or the thing lady exploding. Or RPG lady. Yeah, no bandies. How many do you have? 3, okay. Because I'm looking for hard Krampus bandies. That's ridiculous. Oh, does it just say cooldown there? Because I could fix that as well. If the need the right, but yeah, the talent should just be skill cooldowns, and then sometimes it doesn't always work as written, but shouldn't be too hard to test as well. You could break your own armor in the range and see if you can get 2 stacks within 1 second, or after point farmer. My best rifle build. You can't have it. It's mine. I would say actually now, but really only in group settings, because Coco really, like in group settings, really comes into its own. But yeah, Coco, concentrated company. The weapon handling that it has really makes it work well. Its damage is pretty high up there. It doesn't care about RPM like strikers do. Negotiators and Umbra and OD are other picks as well. Negotiator can also be really potent as a rifle build. But I would say, yeah. Oh, well, we'll say that basically. Umbra and Negotiator solo, Coco in a group setting. And a Breaking Point and Aces and such are all a little bit too weak. Don't use tipping skills. Just if you're gonna go tipping skills, just go with an LMG. I think it's also like ARs, SMGs, LMGs are in a much healthier place than rifles currently are. They're not bad. You can do any content with them, but you can also do any content. Although not any content, but you can do most content heroic, especially with a purple build. That doesn't make purple a real choice, except when you want. Because I enjoy rifles, but they're not in a very healthy place right now. But yeah, if you're looking for good, yeah, sticking them on Umbra, sticking them on Negotiator, or sticking them on OD, and then Coco as well. But Coco especially solo. Or Coco especially in groups. The other way around.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, let's go. Actually, wait. Let's already change this outfit while I remember. So is this outfit 8 or 9? Because also every time we go through a build, we also take an outfit change. It's already outfit change already, and then yeah, we were using the theater settlement to record a little bit. So, which one? I mean, yeah, a lot of them will be resold. So I'm guessing maybe the bestie one, then there, because that was from the store, so that'll likely come back into there. Some of the ones they don't repeat as often is, yeah, especially things from... Oh, this isn't the build I thought it was. This was a striker tech tank, but then I didn't pull out a shield. So it was just striker then. I mean, just striker. Also, we're against hard enemies here, so...
Oh, crap! They're in here!
But especially things that they've sold in the past, they bring back quite consistently, so... High likelihood of it coming back at some point. Two keys from one of those. Yeah, let's take it back to theater and go to the shared space where we're recording. Oh no, let's get back to recording some of the character trees, build collection run through, as I've taken to calling them. Anyway, we're all the way up to build a 9. Ah, it's the pistol headhunters. Pistol headhunter. And we are taken to standing here. Let me make sure all of these work. Okay, let me catch up on chat, and then I'm gonna record a little bit. Sure, 2,500, 3,000 per setup. What is that? Sounds like a challenge or something, or from the journey or something. Setup. Oh, and how is this errors again? Well, I mean, that's what the LVOAC is, basically the Lexington. But yeah, no, they're not gonna do that. But yeah, they might bring in, you know, I don't know, what would be another popular. maybe they do a Lexington, but then with a second model, and just call it, I don't know, what's another popular mission? Just UN or something, the UN thing. Oh, Amherst. you make one with the lightweight M4 instead of the LVOC model, and you just call it Amherst. Yeah, would be nice if at some point they made it so the mods, because honestly, you know, nowadays as well, they've already allowed it on gear and stuff. But yeah, if the visual and the stat were separated from each other, that would be nice indeed. Mostly because also a lot of these guns, especially when they have cool skins on them, like that one, for instance, when you take the extended mag, it, you know, the normal mag has also part of the skin on it. But yeah, well, most of us run, you know, the other kind of mags. It would be cool if we, especially for that, that's what I would especially want. Because also, for instance, on these, there's actually a special mag that is this, but we never see it, of course, because. So yeah, if we could have like a transmog system for the mods, that would be pretty cool as well. Maybe even with color and stuff. We could have a red dot scope. Yeah, let me catch up fully here. Active cooldown, so interact with myself. Yeah, I'll have a look. Actually, I can edit in that. But the thing is, likely it's copying exactly the text as is in game, which is usually what that is based off. And Does this one? No, this one doesn't have one, right? But at least now you know. So. No, I don't have all of them are on characters. I was looking for Hermana there. Updating conflict builds in the build collection, probably the same go to builds. So actually, as you may have seen, most of them, they have been updated already. Because I did give them one last update before we kind of shelved them, honestly, is the thing. Because I moved them down to be S builds, so they're now here in the main body of the collection. But then I'm especially keeping that folder, that conflict folder as well. But yeah, even these have been updated, but they're not per se like, I mean, just unit alloys came in, of course, because of course, instead of the Walker piece that was there and stuff. And I copied them into the conflicts folder, but yeah, I haven't been conflicting much at all. All the other builds were already kind of, unit alloys didn't per se fit in them or anything, or they were centered around different stats or different gun types, because these two are LMG. So this one's fully regen, so that's not going to change up. But I changed the ones that are here to be, different things, but yeah. But yeah, so now they've been moved to the conflict folder, which is basically the same as the builds here. But yeah, these are then, because I'm keeping them in my stash, I am keeping them around, so they haven't been X'd, they haven't been turned into X builds. Nothing's deleted yet of them. But I'm keeping them from now on in my stash because I just haven't been conflicting much or PvPing much. But I'll keep them around, but yeah, I'm honestly not a great source for PvP builds, I would say. I'm just, I'm just the PvE pleb. Pleb. So the little bit of PvP I do is, on those builds effectively. Which is mostly Bighorn regen and Bighorn like hazard protected regen and Umbra builds. Someone's going to know we have the same odds of dropping a key than heroic. Yeah, for dropping a key and stuff, yeah. That's why if you want to actually farm it for keys, you farm it on normal. You farm the bounties on normal. If your world is set to normal difficulty, the bounties will be normal difficulty when you pick them up, and then you go and do normal difficulty bounties. That's actually the faster way. But then, yeah, if you do them on heroic, you get better loot. But then especially as well, if that's really only worth it, of course, when it's a good targeted. A lot of us are saving a lot of heroic ones. We'll use them up if there's a good targeted there. So that's the best non-shield solo build recommendation. Kind of, yeah, actually. Well, thing is, you need to know how to run a red build, is with that. Because, yeah, it is a glass build. It really relies on positioning and such. But that pesty build, I really enjoy, especially for non-shield, yeah. Otherwise, it's likely the third drone hybrids that I was kind of running earlier in the stream. The third rows, because I was running the Coco one, for instance. These can also be pretty good solo, because you have the turret and the drone kind of helping you out a little. But it would be between those two, I would say, yeah. That's funny. Right after the remote. Yeah, it could have also been an invisible grenade. We don't see those that often in outside of legendary, but yeah, it could have been indeed. Because it could have only really been that, or the backpack on the explosive lady just maybe being shot by my ally or something. So still maybe his fault. Hey, welcome, Z. Eagle build within your Google Drive. There are many builds on which an Eagle Bearer could go, but none of them is specifically an Eagle Bearer build. Thing is, the Eagle Bearer, same is true for the Ouroboros. Gonna combine both Oreo and Ouroboros, which is the nickname and the full name. But yeah, on the Ouroboros and also on the Ugly Bearer, the bears and uglies, they're both just guns, so they can go onto a lot of builds. They're not just guns meaning bad, but they're just guns meaning that they don't need anything special. So Striker, just obliterate Striker, works perfectly fine. Umbra, Coco, Negotiator. You wouldn't want to stick it on OD, you want Sadist there. But most of the places where, yeah, just a gun would work out, it works out. Striker is, of course, the obvious place. For Oreo as well, Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury is a pretty good spot for it. But, yeah, just sticking it on a Striker instead of a Lexington, like for instance, yeah, the Obliterate Overdogs one. Instead of Lexington, you just take an Eagle and you bear it. But yeah, it doesn't need any really dedicated build. Another thing you're trying to do is kind of, what you do want is a high damage build so you can get kills, so you can do its mechanic. You just try to get that headshot kill in, you'll be kind of, you're reducing the damage and such, and then you go from there. Oh yeah, there's multiples. It's most of the .02s, and yeah, there's different versions in there. They're with different exotics, effectively. So also on the recommended list, they're pretty high up there. But basically, all of the .02s are Striker builds, but then like with Coyote, with Overdogs, and then with Tinkerer. You can't do the Tinkerer one because it's exotic for the Eagle Bearer, but yeah, Overdogs or Coyote, really good picks. And but also they're a basic build that you kind of lay up in multiple ways. Like you basically make the one build and you can always play around with it. Oh yeah, the clip. Oh, it doesn't show those clips on there. Actually, yeah, you know what? Oh yeah, nah, that landed. Always the most annoying. No, he wasn't firing. Oh, the server thought he was fired. He just fired one. He didn't have an icon or anything, but yeah. He didn't have an icon or anything, but I guess the server thought he did fire. I was looking for the icon just before he died, but then is there Overdogs Focus Farm? So Overdogs is in the general targeted loot, so you can target gloves and try to get it that way. But also you can get the Overdogs blueprint from Retaliation, and that's hyena retaliations. So it's for the completion reward. If you do enough retaliations against hyenas, you'll eventually have all the blueprints that they have. There's like 5 or 6. So for the completion side of things. So yeah, if you do enough of them, you'll have the blueprint. But also in there, you can set your target to glove and kind of double dip that way. So retaliation is overall likely the best way. But you need to be able to complete them, and preferably as well heroic ones, because the drop rate or the chances of getting a blueprint go up heavily. If you're not comfortable doing that, then yeah, Kantan. Because in Kantan, it's a little bit, it's a little bit easier overall. Speaking of builds, yeah, so I've already this afternoon recorded for Character 3. Yeah, we've gone already all the way through these, all the way to build 8. That's all in the bag. So we're continuing on build 9 on Character 3. And yeah, I'm just gonna record some stuff. But for the next hour or hour and a half, likely we're going to be spending time here recording. So it'll be light on gameplay. I hope everybody's okay with that. But that's kind of what we do over here sometimes. Sometimes it turns into just recording or just chatting almost. Let me make sure the folder is all good and ready. was a good boy as well, and already made the description files and everything for the other 2 videos we're going to make after as well. Well, not today, but the character 4 and 5 ones, already all the links to all of the builds. Those are always annoying. You just get all of the links. Yeah. For completion, then I should have non-heroic, if I understood all that correctly. Yes. Thing is, though, it's not per se too easy to do heroic retaliations, especially solo. But yeah, if you're, it's also not per se super hard. Not to say that, but starting out, like it's easier to do countdown on challenging and just have your targeted set to gloves. But yeah, there are now 5 gloves in the exotic pool. So even when you get one, it's likely not going to be overdogs. It's a 1 in 5, basically. So that might take a while. Doing retaliations, eventually you'll get it. Eventually you'll have all of the blueprints for hyenas, if nothing else. That's kind of what that system is also set up for, and why it's set up with factions. It's that you can kind of somewhat target it. It's not like fully, you're not going just for 1 blueprint, but there's like 6 blueprints or so in that. But keep in mind as well, it's like a 50-50 on heroic to get a blueprint. So it might take like, and if you don't have any of the other blueprints, it might take a little bit. Or you might get it as your first blueprint. That's also, it's RNG. But it's one of those, it's like with the other blueprints as well. It's non-duplicate, so eventually you'll have them all. You'll just keep getting new ones until you have everything off from them. Indeed. The wonders of RNG. Although, well, yeah, it is a non-duplicate system, so yeah, if you do enough of them, because that's also then, there's at least a light at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel might be long. The tunnel itself is RNG, but there is some light at the end of it. Yeah, so 3.09, Hatton's Fury, Ninja. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. As we come to 3.09, this is Hunter's Fury with Headhunter, which we usually abbreviate to Headhunter's Fury, combining the Hunter into both of them effectively. And Headhunter's Furies are go-tos for especially pistols and also rifles to take and be short-range Headhunters. You need to effectively work using that bonuses of Hunter's Fury for when they get close to the enemy, that 20% amplified damage that it has. We're taking that and we're trying to apply it not so much to the weapons it is bonused with a shotgun and, for instance, the SMG. We do have a shotgun here, but honestly, the main tools of this build for its headhunting part is going to be the Harvest or Regulus, and then together with that an 1886 as we have here. Sometimes we can take shotguns as well, and they work very well here. Now, there is, of course, already the piece there that most people that know the build collection or know me might go like, wait, why is there a ninja bike there? The reason is there are some places where the ninja bike is okay enough. This is not, I would say, the best Headhunter's Fury. That distinction, to me, would definitely go to just the pure-blooded one with DNH and Chainkiller, a DNH backpack with Vigilance, a Chainkiller, as we saw already on Character 1 with just 4 pieces of Hunter's Fury, or taking the Memento with it. But this as a different variant that can do a little bit different things as well is actually a nice enough one to have. Unlike the Memento one, we can take this to, for instance, safe houses and such without losing all of the stacks that the Memento would have. And especially, of course, if we're using this to, for instance, go and do activities and such, that can be nice. That opens up a lot more positions that we can go. Then damage-wise, it actually keeps up with, for instance, a Memento variant of the Headhunter's Fury. It doesn't exceed it because, yeah, especially when that Memento one is charged up, of course, as well, alongside of it, we're even getting things like, for instance, having that regen of the Memento. But especially because we have 2-piece Imminence Armaments available that can become a 3-piece Imminence Armaments, that gives us 60% pistol, that really does open up, for instance, here to make this choice. This is then again as well, one of 2 Ninja Bike builds in the build collection, and both are Headhunters. And yeah, there is a good reason for that as well. Because yeah, with headhunting, we can just take 1 stat. We don't need crit chance, crit damage. And then as well, giving up vigilance, hurts, but it isn't the end of the world, especially because we can make use, for instance, of the blue and that yellow here as well. Even I can see that I have technician there giving us a 3-tier shield, and we're making use at least of those tiers effectively. If we take it into the game, we see that it is saved as shown there. And here, though, I am actually not with an 1886 here, but that doesn't per se make it too big of a difference, as we either often have one available on the character, which I don't have here. I think I moved it to a different build for the time being, and actually I'm farming up for one again. But also White Death can work out well enough. This weapon is basically not my main choice. I'm mostly going with the pistol on this one, especially, of course, because we're feeding so much into it with those 2 pieces of imminence armaments becoming 3 pieces. Then, of course, on this character, I do also have a Regulus, I have the Harvest, and I can swap as need be. Each kind of fits a different position, especially, of course, Determined makes it so easy and we can just burn through things. But the Regulus has its own room clearing or spawn clearing capabilities that nothing matches up with. Of note here as well, I'll say again that, quite often on the characters, I don't have the graded weapons. So, for instance, on there, we see a graded grade 30 Regulus, a grade 30 Harvest on the build picture and such, and other high-grade weapons. I'm mostly, on my main account at least, all my high-grade weapons live in my stash mostly. It isn't that they stay in there. If I really want to, mess around, or I'm really going to go farm for an hour or 2 on some build, I might grab those pieces, or if we're going to go do a master mission or something, or legendary, I'll go and grab them, definitely. But because I have 4 characters and I use all 4 characters actually, I don't have the resources to make, 4 Reguluses, grade 30 and such. Overall though, this is a decent setup for Headhunter's Fury. Again, I would not say it's the top pick, but as we've seen already with the build collection, I'm perfectly fine with having basically the second pick there as well, if it has something unique to it. And the unique thing about this one is, we can go to safe houses and control points, where the Memento one, we would give up all of our stacks. Because of that, as well, we can die more easily with, for instance, resetting sometimes. With some things, it is actually handy to have that as an option to basically be able to kind of end yourself and then respawn somewhere close as a faster way of getting out of some fights and such. And with the Memento, of course, that would come at the cost of our backpack, or the backpacks, or the charges we have on that backpack. But here we don't have that issue. Overall, this is made possible mostly by imminence armaments existing. Before this wasn't really an option. If we go back to the build picture, we see that it is 2 pieces of red imminence armament, so we're just keeping it mostly red. Those Hunter's Fury pieces we're also mostly keeping red, meaning that those are easy enough pieces to get, making this a build that you can put together pretty quick, especially if you already have a Ninja Bike. Otherwise, the Ninja Bike is available through Retaliation. It is in targeted pool as well, so you can just get it from targeted backpacks, but you can get the blueprint from Retaliation and then craft some. The Harvest is, of course, not always available. It is a seasonal item. The Regulus is, normally from Iron Horse, but for instance, if you're willing to play around these times, it is very much available through the Krampus event. The Krampus event has given us, effectively, most people that want it, the ability to get an Eagle Bearer and an Oreo, but also the Regulus here. It hasn't given out the Ravenous or the Bighorn with this one, but I would expect actually high drop rate events to come by more often as we go forward. And I feel that devs have kind of given up on keeping these exclusive, devaluing them a little, but making them available to everybody. To me, honestly, I'm perfectly on board for that, because the Regulus opens up a lot of doors, and having that option to a lot more people, honestly, I'm all in favor of it. Specialization-wise, we can go several options. We have Firewall here just for the tier, an extra tier on that shield, and we can actually make that shield pretty chunky. Because of that, we can just hide behind it and, either headhunt with the Regulus or just get more easy determined shots at. Otherwise, you can take Firewall, especially for that shield that it has, the Striker shield, which is a damage-dealing shield that we can equip from Firewall. It isn't the Striker set. And otherwise, of course, Sharpshooter just for the handling bonuses that it has. And of course, as well, the drone that it has, the spotting drone, is really strong. Overall, this is not the hardest one of the headhunters to get together. So especially if you already have a ninja bike lying around, this is one to consider. It can start, yeah, definitely on a red, and then the second shot can already be an elite, for instance, and that's more than enough firepower than we need. It doesn't per se open up any new ways of playing the Headhunter's Fury, but the advantages that it has over, for instance, the Momentum one in going everywhere, that does make a difference. There we go. A little, yeah, kind of lost it in the middle a few times, but it's fine. 756, I'm fine with that. Hunter, which we pieces of red. Make sure audio is fine. Just keeping it mostly red. Those Hunter's Fury pieces were also mostly keeping red, meaning that those are easy enough. Yeah. And so that's what we're doing to most of the builds here. I'm basically explaining what they're for, why we use them, how often we use them, and then also how hard it is to get together, because that's kind of unclear to a lot of people anyways. In the middle as well, I'll be jumping and catching up some of the chats. If you have questions and stuff, feel free. I'll catch them in between segments. Yeah, for each of these as well, I'm doing a different outfit. Hey, we have Umbra on Umbra, coordinated.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Oh. we have a lust puppy over there. Yeah, so let's go back here. Umbra with overdogs. Yeah. 3.10. Actually, wait, before that, let me have it on the loadout slot. That saves some time. Sure. I saw something above up there. Let's answer that before I go into here. Do you recommend more the killer or the flatline one? Yes. Overall, for general play, it kind of depends. The killer one has a little bit more damage and such, but it needs those skills. I would say the flatline one for just general play until you get used to it. If you are one, but then yeah, you likely, if you are already experienced with the tech tanks, moving to the killer one, you kind of have to sometimes choose to, for instance, get a quick kill on something to get killer going and stuff. When that one has killer going, it really does perform well. When it doesn't have killer going, it kind of feels not great as expected. So, but the flatline one would be at least where I would begin, and just the easier one to kind of get going. But mostly as well, it's just a talent swap. It's basically just the weapons talent swap, because either salvo or that Cheska piece, both are actually really close to each other. So you can put either of those in, but the Cheska piece is a little bit better with flatline, and then the salvo piece is a little bit better with killer. But you could also like just make the salvo one, for instance, try killer. If you don't like it, you go flatline, and then maybe eventually you get a Cheska piece for the same slot. Let me catch up here. No worries. And hey, the Rab. And thank you so much for your kind donation there. Yeah, I'm recording for the upcoming. Well, we've already done a few of those character run-throughs, character build collection. Run through of characters. This is character 3's turn. So yeah, we already did a little bit in the afternoon. We're doing some more now. As I'm kind of just recording as we go through. So we reached already 3.10, so we're over halfway there. We're living on a prayer. Take my builds, and you still might die, I swear. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I moved this. Okay. I'm like, why is these scenes out of order? But I moved it accidentally when I was clicking somewhere else. But yeah, thanks again there, Rob, for the kindness, and yeah, Actually, you know what? You're not wrong. Caffeine fund, well, we'll we'll pop one. Actually, as I could use a little bit more mental clarity. Yeah, let's go to Umbra. Umbra. You lade, you put on your Umbra. We need to go. We need to kill some Black Tusk. That's some horrible accent work. What was that? Yeah. 310. 310. As we come to 3.10. And on this one, we have Umbra Initiative. We're showing it here with the overdogs, but Umbra, as with most red builds, is capable of running in multiple ways. As what you definitely want on Umbra's Initiative is to take the chest. The chest is a really good piece, and that also, of course, opens up the possibility of some of those exotics, but it also effectively beats out most other choices we could even put here. Overall, I generally don't take the backpack. The backpack helps with some healing and such, but that healing of this isn't that strong to begin with, especially if we don't have some armor cores to go with it, and here we're really setting it up to do some damage. Umbra is actually one of the better red builds. It is very competitive. It definitely is, for instance, ahead of things like Aces and 8 and Breaking Point, and even, for instance, Ongoing Directive. It is about 10% or such, depending on layout, but for instance, in Overdogs variant like we have here with Vigilance versus the Obliterate on a Obliterate Striker versus that Vigilance, it is about 90% of the way there. It is a little bit under the 90% mark. And that is, of course, at its max stacks. The thing with Umbra is as well, it stacks differently than most of the other builds. Most of the other builds, we shoot things to kind of stack up. Here, when we go into cover, we'll build up the charge effectively. When we pull out of cover, then we basically have our stacks up. If we have charged it up for 5 seconds, we'll be at full 100 stacks with the chest. And then we start losing stacks per second. And until we lose either all of it, or if you go back into cover to kind of charge it back up. So the play style of it becomes you go into cover, you build up, you do ambush tactics effectively. You wanna be in control of the fights, where you go into cover, then you pop out, shoot a few enemies, kill them, go back into cover, charge up a little bit. Even in that going back into cover, there's a mechanic there where when we are in combat, when we are out of cover, we build up another stacking mechanic that when we go into cover, heals us up a little bit. Without the backpack, it is only a little bit, but that's kind of fine. We're not setting it up here for that healing prowess that it can kind of have. We are showing it here with ARs, but Umbra actually works with basically any weapon. That's also why I have a secondary rifle, and this could be actually one of the better rifle builds. Considering, for instance, Coco, Concentrated Company, that can make for a decent or pretty good rifle build, but mostly more if you're using it in groups. I've been enjoying Concentrated Company a lot with rifles and basically any weapon types going, and Umbra is kind of the same. But then here, this doesn't, for instance, need to be in a group the way that Coco does. So, for instance, in solo play, this is actually one of the recommended ways. If there are a lot of people that do like rifles, and I can understand, they do have a little bit different playstyle from the rest, so it is enjoyable just to mess around with them and try to get them on target and control them. Overall, Negotiator and Umbra would be actually the picks for like solo play, and nowadays I would definitely say in group settings, Coco is kind of the way to go. But Umbra works for any weapon type. This could be an LMG, this could be an SMG. You would want some range because, you can't be in cover, for instance, but that's kind of fine. The thing that you need to learn to use with Umbra is especially tall cover. You basically go into cover, but you then, of course, need to be out of the cover system. That doesn't mean you have to be out in the open. You can just be standing behind tall cover, which is the thing that I would recommend already. If we take it to the in-game as we have it here, you will see actually that, as with most red builds, as we've discussed several times already, I'm saving it as a 5-piece, again, giving myself all of the options. So when I load this build up, and then we go to it, again, set it up with that Overdogs that we saw a second ago there. We can stick that in, making it the Overdogs version, but also, again, I can take a Coyote, I can take a Tinkerer, I could even take a Centurion, and basically anything else. Exodus could be an option as well, Nimble could be an option. even Bloody Knuckles or such could be an option. Of course, if we are going Tinkerer, we are going with different weapons here because I would want to match up with ARs or 2 rifles. Here as well, the reason that it's also saved with that FAMAS instead of the Lexington, that Lexington is of course already saved with a different build, or several different builds that I have already. Because of that, I'm saving in FAMAS here, just so I have this weapon both for Tinkerer here or Tinkerer other places. Generally, I would pick the Lexington over the FAMAS for just general play. And here also, yeah, we are taking Cheska as the backpack, and especially as well because I want to have that option to have multiple weapon types on here. Nowadays, with grade 30 as well, for instance, taking Fenris here would be a tiny benefit. Unit alloys, actually, to point that out, doesn't work well here. The rate of fire bonus of there, this feeds into rate of fire and crit damage as a gear set. That is where its damage bonuses come from. Unit alloys actually is much smaller than Cheska here. The specific weapon damage, for instance, taking Petrov with LMG or Fenris with AR, is a tiny bit more at max stacks, but I prefer to have that Cheska for its universality. That will work with if I want to run this with LMGs, ARs, rifles, SMGs, hell, if I even put a marksman rifle on it, it'll work out. Because of that, there is some reasons to have that. And if I really want to min-max that, I always have a Fenris backpack in the, in the stash that I can go and grab, of course. Going back to its build picture, we have, of course, a red gear set here that we're just keeping red stats underneath with some red mods. Overall, not hard to get. The weapons, we have a lot of choices, so we can go with a different weapon. Whatever you get, you can kind of stick in here. This can work also with a lot of the exotics, just making sure that, yeah, your crit chance, crit damages are kind of set up correctly. We can take Overdogs, we can take Tinkerer, we can take Coyote or Centurion, and yeah, having any of them can work in here. What we can do as well is if we are going with an AR, we could go 2-piece unit. That would still be okay because of that second piece unit that is 20% AR. But also, yeah, sticking a Grupo piece in here or just some other high-end could work out. Generally, you would want to keep the chest. So yeah, Equalizer or something does not work out too well here. And talents-wise, yeah, anything can kind of work as we go with it here. On the backpack as well, if you don't want Vigilance, Bloodsucker and such is an option, but so is Unstoppable Force. That would be my other go-to for this. Especially Unstoppable Force does work decently well, because when we have Umbra, we at least have upfront damage. It always, Unstoppable Force, for instance, on Striker always feels a little weak because we don't have the stacks up on Striker yet, and we don't have that damage from Vigilance that we would normally have. Here, at least, we're starting on high damage on the gear set. Hopefully, we're getting kills, so then Unstoppable Force will start coming in, and then when we get a little bit lower in the stacks, the Unstoppable Force will be up, and then it doesn't feel as bad. We have at least that upfront damage to get some quick 2-3 red kills maybe, just to get it going. So Unstoppable Force is definitely an option here as well. Overall, a well worth build taking, and as you saw as well already on character 1, for instance, or well, on character 2 actually, we even have variants of this going into, for instance, combat medic and such. Umbra, I feel, is definitely one of the top sets in the game. It is, in my opinion, a little bit behind Tipping Skills, a little bit behind Coco, definitely behind Strikers, especially the chest strikers, of course. But that doesn't make it bad. It is definitely competitive and can be used, and it has a different playstyle, which is what I enjoy a lot. A lot of talking. 8:05. And with most of these, I'm kind of aiming for 7 minutes, but most of them are ending 8 minutes. It is what it is. It is what it is. Down back can make it again. Quite any. Yeah, I mean, in most cases, of course, like nowadays, like any build, especially with Tinkerer Overdogs, I basically want to have most of the builds that can do it, just have set up, because even like this, there's one saved with 4 pieces, Imminence Armaments. But again, yeah, Tinkerer Overdogs or Coyote. That's most of the tree that I use. But here as well, another. Because for instance, yeah, with Hunter's Fury, it doesn't make sense because yeah, I would never not use the like a high-end chest or a high-end and the high-end backpack, because you don't want to use the chest and backpack. With this FI as well, we have the same. Yeah, let me actually take first let me answer all the questions, and then we'll take a quick bio break, and then we'll continue, as I realize actually that I can use a bio. Do you have any that can do anything useful with the G28 sniper? The G28 is not great, is the thing. Like, the SVD is overall a little bit better than it. All those fast firing MMRs just really don't have a good place, is kind of the thing. But the G28, you just can't make it work too well, is the thing. So yeah, I'm not using it in any like builds on the build collection or things like that. So best you could do. So one of the places I do use SVD, although actually not anymore, because I'm using a hand basket there. But it's taking, for instance, focus with aces, but it's not a good. But you can take, actually nowadays, one of the things I want to consider making is actually headshot Coco, and going focus and opportunistic. I was stuck on unstoppable force from a second ago. But yeah, taking focus, opportunistic, and 4-piece Coco, and kind of like we mark stuff as well for other people to hit. And then our mark also, is opportunistic because of the MMR and stuff. But yeah, it's more of a lesser idea. But focus, for instance, can make some of those weapons kind of work. But I would lean way more towards a hand basket or something that is, or the SVD. The G28 just is a little bit too fast firing. If you really just want to use it, you kind of need braced for it. So just braced on the chest, but that eats a lot of damage, is this kind of thing. Let me take a quick bio. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with. I'll actually wait. Let me do this first, because I'll forget in a second. No, not that. Let's go to 11 here as well. Oh, I should have made this Rudy. Actually, it would have fit with the red. But I'll be right back. Okay. Redify. Let's go there already. Let's bring this back here. Found it funny. Somebody was very adamant to me of like, you shouldn't be like, they weren't asking of like, why am I wearing headphones when I'm just talking about builds and stuff when I'm not playing, basically. But they were very adamant that I should take off my headphones when I'm when I'm doing, this kind of stuff. Just in a tone that was like completely inappropriate. But yeah, it was kind of funny. But yeah, I kind of give him some hell back as well. But yeah, it's just that the monitoring. Like if I don't have myself in my ears, because I have myself in my ears, it just feels so weird. Otherwise, once you're used to it. But that way as well, I know that I'm not all the way back here and unhearable. Although we have a up compressor, so yeah, Redify. It's the BTSU one, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's get going. 311. With 311, we come to our red FI, the first one in the build collection. There are two of them. We'll see one later as well. Set up a little bit more for damage on character 5. Here on character 3, it is set up a little bit for healing, but the point of red FI is try to keep its own damage up. As we see here, we are taking a gear set that is normally yellow cores, and we're making those red cores. That already, of course, will really make it harder to grind, and this is actually one of the harder gear sets to get together like this. The pieces will mostly come with yellow stats underneath it, of course. Here we're pairing that with the BTSU Data Glove, but of course we could go with something more damage dealing, and we will see that actually on the character 5 when we're taking Coyote. But of course, Overdogs and Tinkerer could also be options. Especially though with the BTSU Data Glove, we're taking that just to have the Hive be a little bit more competitive with its healing. We're taking a Restorer Hive. It doesn't heal well because, yeah, we are basically keeping it at 2 tier. We just have the BTSU and we have the Technician there. And we're not feeding too much into it. We just have our Watch effectively and that repair skill here. That doesn't mean that it can heal well, of course, or well, it means it doesn't heal well, but that doesn't mean it's nothing either. It can heal up someone if they sit in it long enough. And our chem as well alongside of it can make them be a little bit more healthy. The main reason we do keep this Hive though is, yeah, to trigger an overcharge for ourselves. Now that overcharge, as we've explained many times, is actually pretty powerful, but here we're using a trick with it as well. When we deconstruct our first Hive, we aren't at skill tier 6, so it's only an overcharge for us. That's how the BTSU gloves work. If you are at skill tier 6, it's for everybody. If you're not at skill tier 6, when you deconstruct Hive, it overcharges you and only you. So at that point, though, mechanically, because when we overcharge, we are at skill tier 6. So when we overcharge the Hive first, then we're at skill tier 6 for the duration while we're overcharged. We can actually quickly, of course, we'll get a few charges on the Hive. The Hive also gets affected actually by overcharge by getting skill haste. So that means it's going to get several charges really quick. We can toss it out again. If we do it in the time that we're overcharged, we'll be counted at skill tier 6, and now we'll do a supercharge for the team. So even without having all of those skill tiers, what we can do is very quickly get a supercharge out, although not as quickly as other builds, because they can just deconstruct the Hive and they trigger the supercharge, everybody's Hives gets reset, they get their skills overcharged and such, and that is a very strong tool, of course. Here, though, we're paying less of a price, but we have to do a little bit more of it. We have to basically overcharge twice in a row to make it a supercharge for the team. So that's a trick we're kind of using here to kind of get more out of this build than you would think at first glance. We are taking Vigilance with the Cheska, of course, here. Unit alloy is actually here, about the same as this Vigilance Cheska backpack. You could actually go that route as well. We are taking the chest, we're not taking the backpack. The chest for FI will make it so that 15% that it normally has as its base amount total weapon damage for the team when they are at full health, full armor to be precise, that makes it 25%. So that chest is a pretty big buff for the team. And then we're not going with the backpack. That backpack isn't per se that useful. It increases the amount of proximity healing that we do. Now, with even these two tiers, one of the best weapons for this will still be the capacitor, even though we're not making use, of course, of the skill damage side of the capacitor here. even with those two skill tiers, this is a little bit behind. For instance, if we were to take a killer Lexington, but then we would need to get some kills, and it is a tiny bit ahead of a Lexington with measured. So this still then becomes the choice, at least when we are taking the BTSU data glove here. In other versions, if we are taking, for instance, Overdogs, or for instance, Tinkerer, or, well, with Tinkerer we of course couldn't, but with Coyote, for instance, yeah, we are going to go with different weapons there. Overall, if we go also into the game, we'll see that I have this one saved as well with the 5 pieces, as we see there already, but just to show the save, it is actually saved with the 5 pieces. It's actually not saved with the capacitor, it's saved with a different weapon, and it's mostly to get that weapon into my inventory and keep it there so that's tied to a loadout. But of course, yeah, when I load it up, I generally will grab the capacitor for it, and then, yeah, I can actually choose to, for instance, if I don't want to go with that BTSU data glove, although most of the time I am going to do that, just because it is a pretty strong build that way. But yeah, we can either go that or even Coyote, for instance. This is a good place to stick the Coyote from a team perspective. If we're kind of coordinating, this would be the build to be preferred, taking the Coyote, so that, for instance, strikers and such can take Tinkerers and on Overdogs, because they benefit a little bit more damage-wise than this build would from for instance, having an Overdogs here and then the striker having to run Coyote, if we're kind of min-maxing. We do want to take Future Perfect as well. Here I'm taking the Mechanical Animal. Technically, if I get 4 kills with this, I can overcharge with that as well. We are at 2 tiers. This can give us 4 tiers in total, and then even overcharges after. But trying to get kills with this thing, especially because we don't have the bonuses that the capacitor would have with its recouping of that weapon damage, is kind of painful. But I can try to sometimes get last hits in, just by timing it well and kind of paying attention to some of the enemies, just at the end part trying to get some headshots, especially towards, for instance, some of the reds and such. I can sneak a kill in with this here and there. And yeah, that we can get some skill tiers with, and especially if we get some skill tiers going, then the skills become a little bit better. Here as well, when we are overcharged, one of the tools I take quite often as well, because the healing off of this chem isn't too great to begin with. And honestly, when I'm playing this, I'm not playing it... Oh, shit. I didn't go all the way up today. I'm like talking about shit here. I clicked the wrong thing. That's why I have it set up differently. Yeah, damn it. Let's do that again then. I can go a little bit faster as well if we do that. I kind of got distracted by talking about how difficult it is. Yeah. Well, glad you're enjoying it, Solar. It's fine. Sometimes we make mistakes. At least it's not a big one. We didn't lose too much time or anything. But yeah, I'm just gonna redo it. I could try to find when that point was and try to cut it and stuff. But we'll just redo it, and that'll likely be faster. Also, I can do that better. Hair back because I'm here as well, actually a little bit. But yeah, I would hate to try to kind of talk like, man, this will, yeah. Once you're used to it, it's so hard to talk without having yourself in, like, hearing yourself. But it was more funny to me how adamant they were. They were like it's this. Well, the thing is also they were talking about it disrespectful for keeping your headphones on. It's just like, who am I disrespecting? Like what? You haven't what? I mean, whoever I'm disrespecting with that, good. I mean to disrespect them. Good. Yeah, let's go. That's real. And on 311, we see a red FI. This is a buff build, as of course, Future Initiative, the healing gear set that it is. Has a bonus to total weapon damage that it can provide to the team that is contingent on each team member keeping up their armor. It is not based on the player themselves having their armor up, but every player separately, when they are at full armor and in the group with an FI, they will get that buff. Just point that out as, yeah, sometimes there's some confusion about how that exactly works, even though it should be very clear, honestly. But yeah, this then actually provides that bonus without being a healer fully, because of course, combining that with a normal healing FI, they can also heal you. So if you get hit, your armor is gone, you don't have the bonus, oh, they heal you, and then you get back up again. Here though, this is a different philosophy. We're trying to keep this build's damage up as we go with some crit chances and crit damages, capacitor, and yeah, for instance as well, vigilance backpack here. Even though we're giving up a little bit of it here with the BTSU data glove damage wise, but that's kind of worth it from a mechanic that we'll discuss in a second. I do have also other variants of this that are more set up as well, actually with a Coyote, for instance, but you could take an Overdogs or a Tinkerer as well for taking more damage on. Now, here with this Red FI, of course, yeah, we're not healing that much with those skills. It is still enough to keep people topped off, but the expectation is more, for instance, when running this in Countdown and such, when people get really hit, if it's not just a little bit of hit, but just they really lost all of their armor, it's expectation that they will just heal themselves up. They will use an armor pack, and because of that, they'll be back at full armor. And this is just to kind of heal them that little bit of chip damage and stuff going around. We can heal those up with our healing cam and our healing hive. Then here with the BTSU, as we've discussed many times already, the BTSU data gloves, especially with their supercharge, overcharging the entire team, they can be really strong. In this case, though, we can't do that supercharge. When we overcharge here, when we deconstruct the hive, it becomes a supercharge. It applies to the entirety of the team when we are at skill tier 6. But here, of course, we're only 2 skill tiers. We have one from Technician, we have one from this BTSU data glove. But there is a way of going about getting that to go, because when we are overcharged, when we deconstruct our hive, we will be overcharged just as at that point for the 15 seconds that the overcharge is active from the BTSU data glove. At that stage, we are considered as skill tier 6. When you are overcharged from most sources, you are considered as skill tier 6. So in that time, we are skill tier 6 for the effects of this. So if we throw out a second hive and then deconstruct that, that will be a supercharge. That will apply to the entire team, overcharging the entirety of the team. And as we've discussed, that is really strong because also it resets all of their skills, including if multiple hives were lost, revive hives were lost on some of the red players in, let's say, Countdown or such. You give that all back to all those players, especially just before, for instance, because while that does take some time, you could do that, for instance, just before extraction. Any hives lost before the end fight are all back, of course. And of course, if you kind of time it right so that they then can use their shields, for instance, that are invincible while they're overcharged against the hunters, or for instance, using a pulse to kind of the overcharge pulse will apply debuff on all the enemies that it is pulsing. So for instance, those kind of things can be really strong. Here though, we're kind of making it a little bit clunkier than it would be for some with some other builds, but then we're keeping our own damage up. Here the capacitor is still the top pick damage wise, even with these 2 tiers. And Lexington, for instance, with Killer is a little bit ahead when it gets a kill, but this isn't the build to get all of the kills, basically. When we are competing with, let's say, Strikers, Cocos, Umbras, Negotiators, and stuff around us, we're not going to get too many kills going. Because of that, yeah, I lean more towards the capacitor, which is a little bit ahead than a measured weapon, even with just these 2 skill tiers. Then we are going here with Cheska. Unit Alloy actually here is about the same output. Here I'm sticking with Cheska just to not change up the build, but Unit Alloy is an option here as well. It ends up around the same number. You gain a little bit on the burst DPS, you lose a little bit on the sustained DPS, and honestly, I could make a case either way, but I've stuck here with the Cheska that was already on here. We are going with Vigilance. Another option that we would have is Safeguard. Safeguard, when we are at full armor, it increases our healing output. Our repair skill goes up by 130. That can actually make it so that as long as we are at full armor, we can actually decently heal. But I like having that Vigilance for that little bit of extra damage. We could, of course, also go with things like Hermano or such for a little bit bonuses there. But here I'm still trying to keep its own damage up. If we take it into the game, we see that it is actually saved as a 5-piece here in its loadout slot. And that is, again, as we discussed, we can take some options. Generally, I do want to keep the chest, but even the chest is not holy. One thing we can take there is actually what the chest that we saw with the combat medic. We could take this ferocious calm, which would slot in there as well. And then we could have actually a little bit more total weapon damage than just the FI, because the FI without the chest is 15, with the chest is 25. If we aren't taking its chest, but we're taking this, we instead are 15 plus 14. It is the same pool, so they do add together. This is all total weapon damage. But then, of course, I do need to be in cover and actually provide that bonus through this. I find it overall easier to just keep that chest, and then also we open up, because we don't want to take the backpack generally. That opens up all of the exotic options that we have, especially BTSU, of course, a go-to. But if we wanted to, for instance, go more for damage and such, yeah, Overdogs, Tinkerer, or Coyote could be good on here. Overall, I feel this is a good spot as well for a Coyote, because actually, if, for instance, this build takes the Coyote in a countdown, it loses overall as a team. We lose less than, for instance, if one of the Strikers were to take it, and then this takes an Overdogs. If the Striker can take the Overdogs, they already do more damage. Them doing even more damage, 30% more damage on them is much more than in absolute numbers than on this build, of course. But overall, this is kind of a setup to buff allies while keeping its own damage, so it can, for instance, take a position. And yeah, overall, a decently enjoyable build. If we go back to its build picture to discuss how hard it is to get, this is one of the harder builds to put together. All of these will come, of course, with all of them will come with yellow cores. Because of that, the stat underneath it, most of the time when they drop, is actually yellow stats. So trying to find some crit chance, crit damage ones can take some while. But yeah, you can get some together overall as well. You don't need, of course, the position of these crit chances and crit damages isn't per se, you don't have to rigidly follow them as they are here. Meaning that, yeah, if you get, for instance, a crit chance piece here and a crit damage piece here, that'll still work out. Overall, though, it is handy to, for instance, have the chest, the holster, and the knee pad have the same kind of layout of stats, at least, or the same amount of stats, because especially on the mask and the glove, what we have there is, of course, there we're swapping some pieces in. We want it to be set up in a way where, yeah, we can just slot in a Tinkerer and it works. We can slot in an Overdogs and it works. Although here it's mostly set up to stick in this BTSU data glove and it works. In the case of the Overdogs, when it comes in, because yeah, it, for instance, brings in a crit chance mod or a crit chance attribute with it, of course, then we would go to 58. Here as well, it's kind of set up to be expecting a Coyote alongside of it. Overall, a build that I quite enjoy, especially for countdown. This can be a potent tool. Overall, I would pick an ongoing directive first as a buffing build, especially for instance for countdown where a lot of kills happen. But for other places, there are a lot of other fights where not that many kills happen, and ongoing directives loses a little bit of its potency as a buffing build, and this can be the stand-in there. Especially in raids and such, it actually isn't too bad to have one player, especially in dark hours, for instance, one player running a build like this. Because when generally in there we don't have any healers, this can at least, for instance, provide a reset on the hives once per 2 minutes. And then it has enough damage to, for instance, hold the position, especially if we're thinking about Razorback. If we have a player there that doesn't have any damage at all, for instance, with a full healer, it all comes down to the other player doing all of the damage. This can kill for itself if it needs to. It's not the best, of course. It's not going to do as much damage as other things, but along the way, it's buffing. I do enjoy these. They're a little bit harder to get together, but well worth considering. 9. 9. That's fine. That's one of the builds that requires a bunch more explanation. So, yeah, let's go back here. I'll catch up on chat a little bit, but also let's load this up first. Next one up. That one.
Friendly combatants nearby.
You know what? Let's go find a different background as well. Let's go over here. As you say, have. A little bit more. There we go. That's all I wanted. Yeah, let me catch up here. Just legendary digger. Glad it worked out. Do you mean refactor or? Oh yeah, that one get powerful heal. Yeah, yeah, that one can work out pretty well. Yeah. Although as well, it's not my build. Like I just, you know, I made the build picture and stuff, but there's no such things as like that person's build. That's not how they work out. But it's more about trying to find the better options and then just make sure people know. Yeah, let's go here and set this up to 12. So 12 out of 16 for most of the weight. Yeah. This also is the same. No. And we come to 3.12, which is a Hunter's Fury setup for SMG, especially as we have it here. And Hunter's Fury is a really good run and gun set. One of the classics, has been around for forever. It is from one of the early seasons of the game. And ever since its introduction, it has been one of the go-tos for kind of run and gun playstyle, especially for places like missions and such that are a little bit more constrained. In the open world, I find myself quite often having to jog a lot to try to catch up, to get close enough, especially as this bonus is especially designed to be when you're close to the enemy, they get a debuff on them, they get a mark above their head. That mark makes it so they take a lot more damage. Now, in Summit, especially when that came out, this was still one of my go-tos, especially for there, especially. Let's try that. I'm kind of caught in repeat words. I have that habit sometimes where I just go, especially. Then yeah, I say especially a lot because especially it is especially very important to say especially. So especially we say especially. Oh yeah, let's not do that. But then yeah, let's try it again. True jaw. And on 312 we see Hunter's Fury. This is one of the quintessential run and gun builds of the game. It was introduced a long time ago. It is from one of the early seasons of the game in year 2, and a very potent gear set. On the damage end, it doesn't keep up actually on a lot of other builds, but especially solo, it works out really well because it has a lot of traits that work there. It has an armor on kill bonus. It has a disorient on kill on nearby enemies that die nearby that. You do want to close the distance. It is definitely based on getting proximity to the enemy. Being within 15 meters applies the mark, the hunter's mark on them. And if you kill them, then that's well, you get bonus damage against them. And then also when you kill them, then you get the bonuses, the disorients and such happening. It also has a stacking kill buff that works out decently well, but it's pretty short. It is also one of the, trivia-wise, one of the only 2 multiplicatives in the game, the true multiplicatives, where it is multiplicative to itself. But that is only for that stacking buff, that 5 kills that you get. That 5% actually multiplies against itself as well. Here we see it set up for SMG. That is one of the go-tos with it. It really works well with SMGs and shotguns as a kind of run and gun build. But then, of course, as we saw already twice in for Headhunter's Furies, we can also use it for headhunting builds as well, where we try to get close and then use that as bonuses. They work really well with Headhunter, especially as well as on Headhunter, they kind of doubled it. Here, though, we're trying to just make it a run and gun build. We're going to close the distance to the enemy and then try to keep our vigilance up with our shield, hit them with our obliterate, and especially, of course, stack that up real quick with the SMG. From a damage perspective, Hunter's Furies don't have the damage of a Striker or an Umbra or such, but they don't per se need to either, because they have an armor on kill that makes it so that we're healing ourselves back up, and then also they have the Disorient on kill, which will make it so that enemies are, a lot less dangerous. that is the main reason they are actually very effective. From a damage perspective, they aren't all the way up there in comparison. But they make for a really good, well, run and gun build, especially as well, as they don't need that stacking. From the first moments, they do have their damage already, as long as you get close to the enemy. Here, I'm setting it up as an SMG variant, especially we're taking Sokolov plus the Equalizer. That turns out to be the better setup here. Even at grade 30, the Sokolov outperforms any other piece we could put here, like Cheska or Grupo. And then, yeah, the Equalizer is our go-to, of course, if we're going a blitz rate. And this is definitely a place to stick a blitz rate in there. One of the choices we can make as well, we'll see or actually we won't see in variant later, because I did take that out, but there is, for instance, in the build collection, there are folders for Hunter's Fury, for Strikers, for Negotiator, where we have different variations. Memento is definitely one to consider. We can stick a Memento in here. Here I have 2 blue cores. Generally, I want just 2 tiers for the shield. The Memento would provide that already. So if I'm taking the Memento, we would just take the Memento in here. The Equalizer basically moves out. We just have a crit chance mod in there, and that would land on the same crit chances as this Sokolov backpack would. And then we have, generally I would swap these 2 cores, then also to red, and then I have a 2-tier shield still, and then we have the bonuses of the Memento. And as we discussed, Hunter's Fury, especially solo, works really well. It has several of its components, the armor on kill and such, the disorient on kill, those are all on kills and only dependent on us. So we, it's definitely a build that either in small groups, 2-man, 3-man, that's where I would take it, or just solo. If we take it into the game, we actually have it saved mostly as is there, except for the weapons, because yeah, here I'm actually taking a different weapon. I just want to have an SMG9 available to this character as well, so we're taking that there. But of course, I do have, actually, this is kind of my SMG character, so they do have effectively all of the SMGs. I believe that is actually all of them, right? Yes. So they have all of the SMGs available to them, all of the exotics. Chatterbox is a really good pick. This would also be the build to stick an Ouroboros in if you want to try it out. Either Strikers or this would be the place I would stick the Ouroboros. And overall, yeah, Hunter's Fury, I like it a lot. It is very much a run and gun build. If you have that playstyle in you, this was before tech tanks and such even existed, my go-to for that kind of aggressive playstyle, but you have to play it aggressive. You have to close that distance. If you're not within 15 meters, it feels very awkward. Then there's also the thing that in some missions and such, you can't get close enough. Famously, there are several places where we're fighting from one elevated position to another, just from a balcony or such, from one balcony to another. Bank is a place, Grand Washington is a place where we can't get close enough to the enemy. And then, yeah, it kind of feels painful and weak. But in the open world, for instance, with activities, it can work out if we close the distance. But yeah, Summit is really one of the places I really still like this style of build. We are taking Firewall here. Specialization-wise, we can go with anything really, but Firewall works really well with any build that gets close, because we also are taking that Striker shield, which is the name of this ballistic shield from Firewall. And yeah, that has a damage component to it. And that damage component is contingent on the cone in front of us, and that is actually per enemy. So especially if you have multiple enemies in front of us in a short distance, say they just spawned from a door, yeah, this bonus can get really high, and you can get a very quick kill. And of course, if they're all together in a doorway, now they're getting disoriented from the talent here, and then you can just feast on them from there on. So yeah, those ways are definitely the ways to kind of use this. As we discussed as well, I just always do have a memento in here, and actually I have multiple mementos, as you can see here, one with headshot mod there and one with crit chance, just so I don't even have to swap out that mod. Just that would take more time. I'd rather have 2 of them in here. That way we're taking it to the memento version. I would generally then, yeah, swap these 2 pieces to not be armor cores, because 4 armor cores would be costing us a little bit too much. 2 is enough for me. You can play around with the cores as well. And that's also, as you can see here, the way that it is, that my pieces are farmed up. I have the stats effectively, and the core is the part that I've here, well, kept red, because yeah, they come with red cores, but I've recalibrated that part so I can make it even more blue if I wanted to, or for instance, less blue if I wanted to. And that is the recommended thing to do with some of these builds as well, is just to give yourself the option, especially if you get some pieces that are maxed out in crit chance or crit damage, stick them in here, and then, for instance, yeah, make it so that you can play with that core. Going back to the build picture, we see that, yeah, it is definitely one of the easier builds as well to put together. It is just Hunter's Fury pieces. They come with a weapons core. Now, yeah, if we want to take these 2 blue cores, then what we do want is, yeah, pieces that have crit chance or crit damage. That would cost a little bit, but you could make the full red version of it and just play around with it like that, or yeah, just stick in a memento, for instance. All of those work really well with Hunter's Fury, and it's one that you can kind of variant in multiple ways, because you can also go for Intimidate actually on the chest. If we are going Intimidate, then we are actually taking Cheska again, or Grupo. In this case, I believe it is actually Grupo that we take. But then, yeah, we are taking Equalizer unit alloys, at least, that rate of fire bonus. That here we're especially taking that because of the Equalizer and its perfect obliterate. The second, we're going with different talents, because you could even make it, for instance, with Spotter or even with Glass if you wanted to. But then, yeah, for Glass, we would take Sacrifice. For anything Intimidate or Spotter, we would take Cheska or Grupo. Overall, a pretty easy build to get together, especially as you can just pair it with any SMG that you kind of get. Of note, I'll point out here as well, nowadays, yeah, there are some links in that upper right corner. You can link through, well, back to the build collection, but also especially to point out the recommended weapons list. And yeah, in that recommended weapon list, I point out to a lot of, well, recommended weapons. So yeah, you can, if you, for instance, don't have this one, well, we have a few other recommendations here, but you could look into the recommended weapons list, especially as well as we have some talent picks there. And then you can see what you could take instead as well. Overall, very versatile build, very easy to put together, and one that, yeah, for instance, in the past, every character of mine used to have. Nowadays, I don't have that many of them anymore, but we definitely still have a SMG version and a shotgun version on main account, and I enjoy them quite often, especially in this kind of shooty variant that we have here. There we go. 910. We are getting rambly. Does that then need to be 910?
Friendly combatants detected.
They're just discussing multiple variants. It's fine. I'm good with it. Still hit the points I wanted to hit. Yeah. Let's take... Where are we? Oh, take that. I don't know. Backfire. Backfire. Not front fire, backfire. What's that? Next outfit. Because we're playing dress up. It's more about the outfits, honestly. Let me get you up here. Doesn't Sokolov lose some value with a high expertise weapon? No, basically with even grade 30, Sokolov is the top pick there. The crit chance, crit damage is so high that Grupo loses to Sokolov by a decent margin, even at grade 30. The only one would be like, yeah, if you take Streamline, maybe. But you would need Streamline on top. Also, yeah, we're going with Killer on that as one of the main reasons as well why crit chance and crit damage are kind of hurting a little bit more. But even with measured, yeah, that Sokolov is ahead by a little bit. And either cooler. Can the Ravenous can be get from Christmas caches? No, the Ravenous and the Bighorn are not in these caches. So it's Ouroboros, it's Eagle Bearer, and it's Ravenous from the, you know, from those, from the super rare exotics, or from the raid exotics and like other exotic incursion legendary. So Ravenous isn't in there, Bighorn isn't in there. So unlikely they'll do other events in the future that may have those. I'm guessing they're gonna make it so that like they'll make it events of like, oh, these two are in this event and these two are in this event and this one is in this event, so you have to do multiple events to kind of get them all. And that they're just gonna make it easier to get. But yeah, for now, make sure you get the Eagle Bearer, the Ouroboros, and the Regulus. And yeah, from this as well, yeah, Lexingtons if you don't have any. A bell ringer just to have. Don't use it ever, but because yeah, it's not a bad weapon, but it's the worst one. It's an infantry MG5 that makes sounds. The sounds hurt. Yeah, Roboros 310. Okay, well, then you still have Regulus to get that. Oh, that one's also worth getting out of this. Handbasket, well, Handbasket and Harvest are in there, but Handbasket and Harvest are going to be hard to get from this with Detox. You might get them. But it'll be easier actually. Likely we'll have Valentine's Day is likely the next, like, the special holiday events kind of thing. So likely we'll have the Hoarder then. That'll be easier to farm then. Because yeah, you need them with Detox. You need them either with Detox or the talent that you want, most of the time determined. One Regulus as well, nice. Yeah, then you're set. At least if you want to be set. You can still farm it for more, of course, you got multiple characters. But you hate that LMG, same here. I hate that LMG, I hate that bat. But yeah, I'd rather have a teammate with bad build than the bat. And the bell ringer. Laugh at me. Yeah, I can take a bunch of keys for the collection. Yeah, same here. I did in the end get enough of them and stuff. But yeah, if you get enough of them, eventually you'll get one. Yeah, let's take it back here. Front fire. This one. Yeah. 313. Just also making sure if there's anything different. Oh yeah, I should show the other piece. Almost forgot about that. Yeah. With 313, we get an hazard protected striker, especially. But then also is running backfire, because yeah, I'll preface this one, and it always needs kind of a preface this build, as I'm well aware you don't need any hazard protection for the backfire. That's not per se the purpose of this build. This build is definitely set up to be hazard protected mostly, and then the backfire makes sense on it. I enjoy using this especially for when there are, for instance, yeah, some of the modifiers that we've had in previous seasons. For instance, in the very first one, we would get shocked if we hit an enemy in the wrong range. Yeah, one shock mod in here, and then the backfire with one bleed mod. That worked out really well, for instance, for that. So it is more set up to be hazard protected, and then yeah, the backfire is kind of on top. Because yeah, definitely for the backfire, you don't per se need a hazard protected build, especially of course for this season as well. You can have 40% from the modifier, so you could, for instance, take similar build to this, and I've tried that out as well. And taking the, just the red core pieces that I have from just my normal striker, sticking them in here, losing me a little bit of the, of course, from the hazard protection. We could basically give up the entire right side if we have the modifier, but we aren't using the companion. He's not out actively. We can just disable him. Through that, we can get, yeah. Why did this... Who's running through here? Oh, somebody's running through here. Okay. Because I kind of want the background there, but somebody had to run through my camera. That's why the background had to gone dark. Let's redo that. That's fine though. As we come to 3.13, where we have an backfire. Okay, I mean, they don't mean it, but it's kind of annoying. Wait, why are you even in here? There's nothing in here. Go away. It's just a shared space, but I don't want to share it with you. Go away. Although I don't mean it. It's just a low-level player. But they keep bumping into my camera so it goes dark. Just want the background to be there, just for the looks. Yeah. Yeah. And with 3.13, we come to an hazard protected striker, especially that is then also running the backfire. A lot of people see this as a backfire build. It kind of is, of course, as well. It is set up to be 100% bleed resistant. But also, it is more set up for me, at least for my purposes, to be 90% generally hazard protected. And because of that, it can deal, for instance, with special ammo a lot more easily, especially if we're going against, let's say, Rikers or True Sons. I'm already completely resistant to their bleed rounds. They still hurt, of course. They are still shooting me, but they don't bleed me. And also, if we are going up against cleaners or outcasts, I could augment this to have, for instance, one more fire resistance mod alongside of it to prevent that. Although at 90% hazard resistance, most status effects will only apply to this build for a little second and then they'll go away, usually even less than a full second. Overall, though, as I'll have to always preface this kind of, is that, yeah, while the backfire doesn't per se need its dedicated build, you can definitely just run backfire on a full red striker. It's bleeding nowadays. It used to be 100% of your armor. Even at full stacks, it is nowadays 50% of your armor. The bleeding as well isn't as strong because it has diminishing returns. That diminishing returns effect that we have on status effect is actually applying to this when it applies to you. So you'll also only bleed 3 times and then you'll be immune for a while. Also, once you reach 100 stacks, you won't bleed anymore from it. I'm well aware of all those things. This isn't the build, like, this isn't set up in that way for that. Because also, I wouldn't ever want to bleed if I want to use the backfire. It is a very strong tool, but it's not worth the bleeding at all, for even a little bit. Now, of course, with the season, we also have a modifier that can give us some hazard protection. In that case, what we can take is actually, I can take the red pieces that I have on my strikers, and we can just have some pieces here come in with a little bit more crit damage or weapon handling, because already the crit damage is going to be saturated quite a lot with that backfire. So there are ways of altering this, for instance, for this season. But my general use for this build is, yeah, to have a high hazard protect build to take into places where that is necessary. And that can help out, for instance, in the early, the first modifier that we got. If you, with one of the hostile modifiers, if you shot them in the wrong range, you would get shocked. One shock mod here prevented that, and this became one of my go-to builds for that time. Also, for some seasons, we've had augmentation of crit chance, for instance, crit chance being a little bit higher. Then things like negotiator and backfire definitely work out. As we already kind of went on that rant with the unit alloys video. Yeah, this isn't the backfire season. The season that we had the backfire be very prominent, and I actually agreed with that because we had a modifier that could provide us 10 crit chance just generally, or it could take us crit chance to 100%. Weapons like the backfire that are crit damage related, and negotiators, for instance, that is crit related, for instance, they really were powerful that season. This season, we don't have any crit chance. It's just the hazard protection. That doesn't make any real difference to this build, really. Even if we take that extra 48 onto crit damage, because we're pushing it so high, we're only getting like 10% more out of the build. That's still less than just running a red striker with Lexington and Killer. Not at full stacks, but at around 50 stacks or around 60 stacks, this kind of starts to exceed that. So it would need to be generally above 60 stacks for that to be worth it. But then the real benefit here to me, and that's also why I'm presenting it as a hazard protected striker, is really that hazard protection. If we take it into the game, we see that it is actually saved exactly as there, with the backfire there as well. We of course can take an ACS to stack with. I'm actually using this place to stick a rock and roll in, and just to have that for the places that makes sense. And then also actually I have the pieces, and that's just carried on the character, to make this a chest striker variant. So I have a striker chest with hazard protection with the right mods, and then a replacement Cheska piece over here to make that a chest striker. That can actually be then actually really strong, of course, with this. We are still the same hazard protection effectively. That's also why the backpack is carrying the bleed mod, so that kind of works out in that way. In this way, yeah, it actually works out a little bit better at damage. Of course, when we are at full stacks, at the full 200, this can deal a decent amount of damage. But of course, getting to 200 stacks, especially when we're trying to also stack this, because we can't just ACS stacked and then have our damage here, we need to also get the backfire through 100 stacks. Because of that, yeah, I don't end up running the chest striker variant much, but yeah, I do want to have that option available. So the pieces are there because, yeah, they are specific pieces that I need. But sometimes I do keep them in the stash if I need the inventory space. But this character is quite light nowadays in comparison, even though they are at 123. Overall, yeah, I generally will use this with Firewall, for a close range build that it kind of is, with that Striker Shield. We could, of course, also go for a few more blue cores, for instance. I don't believe I have any pieces that are set up in that way. Actually, yeah, we could take a blue core extra here as I have it. And as actually we looked into it with the Unit Alloys video, this is one of those places where taking the two-piece Cheska, we're taking the Cheska Obliterate here, just for its hazard protections here. We can actually take Equalizer, and then instead of this Cheska piece, we can take Yao. That gives us only 10% hazard protection, of course, and we can take another 10% just on a mod. Taking that option, though, it does actually do more damage than this one, but it eats into the general hazard protection. I like having that general hazard protection be at 90. Without that, I wouldn't use this build really at all. If we're dropping it to 80, I'm already going to feel the sting of some of the fires and shocks that may go around, and I just don't want that. This is mostly, again, a build to be hazard protected. Also, by taking the Cheska as we are here, when we go to a Chest Striker variant, it still works out as well. But definitely, yeah, we could consider that if we only want to really consider it as a backfire build. We could take the Equalizer. It is a tiny difference in damage, around the percent at full stacks, but then you also actually even lose a little bit on the sustain DPS because of that RPM bonus that you get there. Overall, this is not per se too hard of a build to get together because, yeah, we are just thinking we are keeping the red cores on the Striker, so getting some of those pieces with max weapon damage, we can just put the hazard protection alongside of it. The Cheska pieces, yeah, they sometimes can take a little bit to get, especially, you know, if we're looking for specific a chest like this that then also has that we can then free talent, because I've optimized these so I can free talent it. Taking an Equalizer might be cheaper in that way because, yeah, that would at least have the talent be fixed. So if you get a hazard protection, protection stat on an Equalizer, you might consider that. You could put crit damage alongside of it and then keep the core. But then, yeah, as well, the backfire is generally available. It is in the general target loot, so that's easy enough to get. And overall, a build that I do consider and I grab sometimes, but mostly more, again, just for that hazard protection. Backfire, I do end up using quite often, actually, for incursions and such. If we are incursion, I end up using the backfire, especially there because we have a healer alongside of us. And yeah, its damage to me isn't that big. The healer will prevent a lot of it, but also we're going to get hazard protection from the healing from the healer. So overall, in, for instance, those kind of situations, the backfire just gets used with a full red striker. This dedicated build is much more, yeah, as a hazard protected build, and then you might as well put backfire on it. Overall, not the highest recommendations. For some seasons it can work out, especially if we get another season that feeds into crit chance. The backfire is then a decent choice for that. Overall, kind of a B tier build, but one that I do find myself using from time to time. $847. Yeah, actually, is this all this? Yeah, that's the striker. That's the striker. Yeah. Okay, yeah, let me catch up here. Those are Vindicash. Yeah, maybe some might. Overall, no, yeah. I have a tendency of latching onto a word and just repeating it a lot. That's, yeah. It's fine. I'll especially kind of do them rapid fire in a row, especially like that, especially, because then especially we say especially a lot overall. Yeah. That's what you get as well when not scripting. That kind of stuff happens. But also, yeah, I'm not too interested in trying to script all this. That would take me weeks, and then also I just wouldn't. Even though, of course, yeah, the end quality would be better. It's just not practical. Yeah, let's go to the next one, which is obliterate or striker tech tank. Yeah, let's actually. Oh man, doesn't matter. We can load it like that. Outfit change. Oh yeah, there's mayhem. Oh yeah. So that's stack broker. Yeah. Oh yeah. Harvest tempest. Shield swap. Yeah. 340. 314 next. And this is the Striker tech tank. We've already, with some of the other tech tanks, kind of discussed that. I like the Striker and Heartbreaker ones more in a lot of other ones. We've said that sentence. So we finally arrived at one of the Striker tech tanks here. The tech tank layout, for those maybe unfamiliar with it, is especially we are taking Technician, that's the tank, the tech in it. We are taking a Crusader Shield, that's the tank part of it. And to make that tank part happen, what we have is actually the Artificer Hive, as we have it there. And we are then also feeding into those with the Memento. And that's kind of the layout that I like for that. We're taking enough blue cores with it to make that a 6-tier shield. So generally, yeah, we have enough blue cores as we have them here. And that makes it the 6-tier shield being healed by a 2-tier Artificer. That's the tech tankiness of it. This Artificer heals it even if it's just on your back, so every 10 seconds it just sends a charge, and that will, once the Memento here is charged up, it will heal this 6 million plus that this shield is at once the Memento is charged, because that skill efficiency of it will feed into the skill health, and yeah, that affects, of course, the shield. And then, yeah, it's getting healed for 42%. That means that we're gaining more than 2 million per 10 seconds, making it around the 200k, more than 200k regen per second. That's, of course, way more than any regen build, so armor regen builds could really reach, and that's kind of why it's my go-to for that. That makes for a strong shield, and then the rest of it feeds into some damage. So we're either taking some of the gear sets. We've already seen Negotiator and Umbra show up, and even Coco we haven't seen show up yet. That's the next one. But yeah, we've seen already several gear sets show up there. And then, of course, yeah, we're either pairing it with the chest, if the chest is good with the gear set, or, for instance, here with the Equalizer. And we're just laying the rest of the build towards the damage of the weapon. And that makes it so that these hit decently hard, and that's because of that, they are my go-tos, especially solo. Once we charge up the Memento a little bit, these work really well. They have enough damage to do anything heroic. And yeah, they have more than enough survivability to be kind of stupid and get away with it. That's why I really do enjoy them. I get to be pretty aggressive with them. And yeah, they are my run and gun builds. The Striker one, as we've discussed, the Striker and the Heartbreaker are my preferred ones. The Striker one has a little bit more damage, especially because of its stacking being much better than the Heartbreaker. The Heartbreaker has a little bit more survivability because its stacking also provides bonus armor. And yeah, the Striker one is definitely one I've used a lot. This is one of likely my most used builds, especially nowadays as well, as we have a second variant of it. We'll see the full layout of it on Character 5, but here I do have the option to, for instance, take a DNH chest. It is in my stash, but we could even take just the Equalizer. Take a Bulwark and take that Tempest. That's also why it is saved with the Tempest there. Because otherwise we are using the Stack Broker or just an ACS and an AR here, the Lexington, of course. Stack Broker makes for really good stacking. The Lexington has really good damage. We're taking Killer alongside of it, even though we could, for instance, also go Measured and such for more consistency, but this can kill. If we take it into the game, it is saved as shown there. And then, yeah, actually the thing that we do, for instance, for the Tempest one is, and that's actually how that other characters one is also set up, that they can go in between. And that's the nice thing with the Striker one nowadays with the Tempest as well, if you have one, is that we can take an DNH chest. I don't have it in my inventory, but it's in my stash with Obliterate. that is the singular chest with Obliterate that beats Equalizer Outright. And that's, of course, because the DNH pieces have 20% weapon damage. That does beat the rate of fire by so much that the Perfect actually doesn't catch up to the DNH chest. So it does prefer to have that DNH chest if we are using that Tempest. But honestly, I find myself quite often just out of laziness, just changing out this shield, because when this shield becomes a bulwark, then of course it is kind of set up to be the Striker Tempest tech tank. Because of that, yeah, I use it quite often like that. And the thing that the Tempest one, of course, offers us is that we can take 5 directives. The second we go with a pistol, we are dealing with the ammo directives outright because pistols have infinite ammo. And yeah, Pistolero, as the name implies, does not do much against pistol builds. So yeah, that makes it so that for 5 directives is a really good pick and my preferred one as well. We do also have the layout specifically for the Tempest actually on Character 5, and we'll see it later again as well. Going back to the Crusader, just for the AR style of this, yeah, it is a very potent build because it has more than enough damage to deal with most things, and that's kind of the idea behind it as well. All of the tech tanks are kind of set up with that idea in mind. We make a strong shield that is getting healed consistently, and then the rest goes into damage. Equalizer, of course, coming in is the go-to. We do want to have Obliterate is one of the better picks here. One thing we can do as well, and I have that option here set up as well, is that we go with a Striker chest, because of course we can go a chest Striker variant of this. Then what I'm taking actually is, well, we can take this unit alloys actually. Preferably would have a Cheska piece. Oh no, actually no, that's why it's saved like this. Nowadays it is a unit alloys to be matching with that the other layout that we had, which I actually forgot a second ago. But yeah, that's why I have that unit alloys bastard, which is saved actually for a different build as well. It's getting used into that high-end AR one that we have. But of course, to have matching crit chances, we're just taking unit alloys. Preferably, it will be Cheska. We can lay out our crit chances and crit damages on the gear a little bit differently to make that work better. Because overall, Cheska beats out unit alloys when it isn't the Equalizer by a little bit. It's especially that Perfect Obliterate on the Equalizer that beats out Cheska. So Cheska would be by a light margin preferred, but this will work out well enough. And this way we can have a chest Striker. Now, of course, if we then we would really need to stack with that ACS. That's also why I like the Obliterate variant perfectly fine, because with the Obliterate variant, especially with this, unlike with the Heartbreaker where we do really need to stack with that ACS, I don't really need to stack with that ACS. That's actually playstyle-wise one of the reasons I do like the Striker one as well. So, but we do have that option, and it's well worth considering and playing around with. And overall, yeah, these are really potent builds, and they are very high up in the recommended build list, and a lot of people that do try them out really do like them. Overall, though, you do want to have, the memento kind of charged up, but also because, for instance, the memento is feeding into all of the stats. All of the stats are kind of important, and that also means that we are making use of a lot of parts here from the watch. So especially on 0 watch points or not having spent anything into here, it's this build actually suffers more, for instance, than if we're just running a Red Striker. The Red Striker would only really be missing these red parts and then, the handling ones. But here we're also even making use of, for instance, the repair skill that we have here that feeds into the Artificer's healing abilities. And of course, the skill haste helps there a little bit as well. But we also want the tankiness from, for instance, having that total armor. So these kind of builds do like to be used a little bit later on, but that's also fine because putting these ones together, so for instance here with the Striker one, if we go back to its build picture as we have it here, we are recording several pieces, and that can make it a little bit expensive, especially for somebody freshly off the boat, freshly starting. Yeah, they wouldn't have a memento, and they also would not have Technician unlocked, of course. So for instance, because Technician needs to be unlocked and a memento needs to be gotten, I'm not recommending this as like the top build in the recommended build list. We're just putting a normal Striker there because that's much more easily gotten. Because the pieces that we need here, they need to be here. If you try to, for instance, go without the memento, yeah, it's no longer really a tech tank, in my opinion. Same for not having Technician there. Overall, these are highly recommended, and putting one together, especially for some solo play, for instance, on my when we started with my second account, very quickly I put together a tech tank there, although back in that is so long ago, that was the high-end tech tanks. when I got my third account kind of together, yeah, I put a striker together first, then an eclipse, and then a tech tank just for my solo play. These are my go-to solo builds, and yeah, they are very useful to have, especially now that we also can swap out to that Tempest variant. These have even gained in their popularity. Overall as well, with most seasons, for instance, this season, they can deal very well with 4 directives. As long as we're, for instance, not fighting Black Tusk with their disrupt rounds, they of course eat the shield. But if your shield is getting hit with bleed rounds and flame rounds, they don't really hurt you. And even the disorient rounds from the hyenas are annoying but not deadly. And then here as well, yeah, we do have with scavenge skills that we need to watch out with our shield, so we need to keep that up a little bit more, because every time you put it away, you need the scavenge skill to get it back. But actually cool skills, for instance, for seasons when we have that, it really doesn't do anything here, because the hive on your back doesn't really need to have charges to send the charge over when it is on your back. Because of that, cool skills basically does nothing to this build, and yeah, it's overall a free directive almost. And that way as well, they can deal with several directives, fragile armor and such. We can deal with. We don't really care, because we're not going to be armor broken much if we play it right. So overall, they are very strong builds, and they can deal with several directives, and then especially the Tempest one can even deal with all 5. Yeah, 10. The striker tech tank deserves 10. It's fine. 2547. Wait, what? Trying to figure out what that was in referencing. Yeah, Coco Tech Tank, which I thought we already had covered, but yeah, that was a different Coco. And yeah, outfit change. Yeah, let me catch up here. Nothing else. Let's go into the next one right away, because we have 2 more, and then we can go and play some more. Everybody do the dinosaur. Why am I like this? The real answer is, why isn't everybody else like this? And there's a good reason. This bothers me. Let's fix that. That equalizer being so off-center there. This bothers me. Let's fix that. Yeah, Coco. We go crazy for Cocoa Puffs. We go Coco for Cocoa Puffs. That sounds right. No, that can work out indeed. Yeah, let's get going. So 350. And with 315, we get a new addition, one that a second ago I thought we had already covered, which is the Coco Tech Tank, concentrated company in Tech Tank form. Because, of course, the second that we kind of saw Coco, it was just like, oh, we're going to make it red. Definitely. A Trojan hybrid makes sense. And Combat Medic definitely makes some sense as well. Wouldn't mind trying it out, for instance, with headhunting as well. But then, of course, the idea was also, oh, this might be a good tech tank as well. The thing is, though, that as we've kind of, discussed quite recently in the concentrated company video, Coco works really well in groups, especially in groups. It can charge up really fast, get going, and then, yeah, it kind of stays up there quite strongly. Tech tanks, as I kind of discussed whenever we've touched on them so far, and also a second ago with the Striker, they're my go-to solo builds. How do we reconcile those two? We really don't. It doesn't work out well enough. You may have noticed already this build has been in the build collection for a little bit, but it hasn't made it onto the recommended build list. I will likely add it to there, but I'm actually considering just with the recommended build list to add some text basically to kind of explain some of the variants, because within a style, I'm not actually, we're not really talking of there are now, for instance, 2 Heartbreaker tech tanks. I'm not really explaining what the difference between the two is. I wouldn't mind adding some text in that form, and then we might add the Coco one in there, because this doesn't work out solo. Not at all. Even with the modifier on and having the companion, not even having a skill to help out with some stacking really feels painful. But we do sometimes, and I do sometimes, use tech tanks in a group setting, especially for instance, in a strong group already. I sometimes do take a striker tech tank or heartbreaker tech tank already, and then play it very aggressively and basically be a bruiser for the team. Just the guy in front dealing, being in the middle of things, kind of taking their attention. Even though tanking outright in Division isn't a very useful thing, because quite often the second the strikers, for instance, start shooting at an enemy, they'll take the aggro away from me because it's very much damage dependent. But these can still do decent damage that they can keep, for instance, in a bounty or such out in the open world. The named kind of focused on it, and yeah, that makes it so that other allies can, for instance, either clear out other things, or when they focus on that named, eventually it'll break off of me, but I'll at least have some time with it to kind of keep it off of them, for instance. So in Summit and in Open World, I do find myself sometimes using tech tanks, and they work decently well there already, and this then becomes a tech tank for those moments. That's also why it ended up now on the character that already has the striker tech tank, a very competent solo tech tank, and then I can maybe use this for some group play. But overall, that is not really a place. For instance, in a group setting, I would find myself, for instance, leaning towards a combat medic, or maybe being OD, ongoing directive, to kind of buff the team. And this would be just a choice to kind of have that aggressive playstyle. It wouldn't be the best choice for the team. It would be more a choice for myself to go like, okay, I want to play aggressive, and I'll go and rush down the enemy and be in their faces, be the one taking the hits. Now, of course, this can't take that many hits, especially this shield is strong on the tech tanks. The build or the character behind it we aren't going all blue cores and such. Because of that, we do have some tankiness, but we're not super tanky in the way that, for instance, a 6 blue core build is. But that's also fine, because then, yeah, we are still trying to keep enemies to our front. I'll go find myself a corner to kind of put myself in close to the enemy, closer than my allies, and that will usually grab their aggro a little bit. I've been enjoying it a little bit in group settings. I've actually been really not enjoying it solo, so that's also why we're caveating it like this. Of note here, I am putting actually a Pestilence as a secondary. It still works out really well in here, because yeah, that weapon damage that we get, that works well with the Pestilence. But of course, we can't use the Pestilence with the shield. But then I'll use the Pestilence when I want to be in cover, or I've lost my shield, for instance. I'll swap to the Pestilence and kind of get some Pestitics going like that. If we take it into the game, it is exactly saved as shown there. And yeah, it is the standard loadout. We don't want to be taking with Coco, we don't want to take the chest. The backpack is good, but yeah, if we're going a tech tank, that memento is just too good. Especially with the tech tanks, yeah, we're making use of basically all parts of this buffalo, and yeah, we're taking the skill tier, or the skill efficiency, the armor regen, and the weapon damage from the long buffs. But even we're taking from, because yeah, we'll try to, on this build, definitely I'll try to get close enough to the enemy and also pick up the short time buffs and get that extra weapon damage, that bonus armor that we have, and that extra skill efficiency even more so. And then here, yeah, the skill efficiency does feed into the repair that we have on the Artificer. It does help the shield to get more skill health, making it a little bit larger. Once this is charged up, yeah, it is effectively on the defensive side just as much as any of the shield is basically just as strong as a striker or a heartbreaker. They basically all have the same layout anyway. The layout is always similar, and we really just pick, do we take a chest of the gear set or not? Here, of course, yeah, I'm not, because that increasing the amount of marked targets, that's not going to really make any difference at all, especially if it costs us a damage talent like this. We are taking Equalizer, perfect obliterate once again here. And then, yeah, 4 pieces of Coco, 3 of them have been record here. That makes it so as well that it isn't per se a starter build, but I wouldn't else actually recommend this as the first tech tank that you make. This one, because of its stacking mechanic and being more group orientated, I would maybe keep this if you are a player that runs tech tanks a lot and wants to run them in group settings, because yeah, once this gets charged up, and it can charge up in a group pretty quickly, it is one of the stronger tech tanks, especially because it keeps its stacks quite a lot, and will go into the next fight, especially the Heartbreaker, for instance, loses its stacks in 50 seconds. The Striker with the Obliterate Chest loses all of its stacks in 75 seconds. Coco here takes 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go from full stacks, 35 to 0. So it can retain its stacks a little bit better. You could also, if you really wanted to make this work solo, you could, for instance, build up charges at the range. But if I'm doing that, I've already swapped build. That would be so tedious that, to me, it would not be worth it. Yeah, we are recording several Coco pieces. And again, in the same way as the other tech tanks, we are taking a Memento and Technician. For a starting player, again, they aren't the easiest parts to get together. You need to unlock Technician, you need to get a Memento. It is in the general pool. It is in Retaliation with a Blueprint. And yeah, we'll just pair it with ARs, especially here. We could even go SMGs if we wanted to. SMGs do have more damage when you are close range. And yeah, this is a build that does get close range, but I find myself wanting a weapon that we can actually use at kind of mid-range as well. Sometimes I don't want to per se close that distance. I just want to deal with that one red all the way over there without actually running all the way over there. So I do like running it with ARs, but yeah, do consider actually here especially, and the Striker one, we can go with multiple weapon types. We can go with SMGs, we can go with even shotguns if you really wanted to try it out. Of course, with the Striker one, we have the ACS, and that is actually a powerful tool on that one. With both of these as well, Strikers and Coco both are agnostic about weapon types, because they just feed into, well, Strikers into rate of fire and its own stacking mechanic that is a separate multiplier, and Coco just feeds into weapon damage that will apply to all weapons. Where, for instance, the Heartbreaker one, there we definitely want to run the AR just to get that bonus active from the gear set. Overall, not a highly recommended one, but one to consider if you do want to play that tech tank style in a group setting. I've enjoyed it in group settings, and yeah, I've really disliked it solo. So I would really, if you're going with this, have an option for solo play, and that's exactly what I have here. I have it alongside of the Striker, and that kind of mitigates its issues. 857. That wasn't too harsh, right? I mean, it's fine. Oh yeah, it's gonna. Yeah, let's go here again for a second. I miss anything. Last outfit, which actually is Sinister actually, but I've saved it with the Plague Doctor for. I want to keep Sinister for second accounts because we don't have that many outfits there. I don't buy the outfits there. I'm mostly just the unlocked ones are there. So yeah, let's go Plague Doctor, and let's go PFE SMG 2B Disgust E. And lastly, on this character, 3.16 high-end PFE SMG. As we see here, as a humble brag, of course, as well, yeah, we have several 13 PFEs, 6 of them, in fact. And yeah, this is the build that I'm using, my 6 13 PFEs that I have. I have 9 in total. 6 of them are here just to make it a very highly PFE'd build. Especially because also this SMG one, it works well to have this, because the one options that 13 PFEs really opens up for a protection from elite build is that we can take other specialization than survivalist. Generally, we would take survivalist, which also has 10% PFE. So if we have only 12s here, well, only 12s. If we have all 12s here, we would land on 72. We could take survivalist for a further 10 and then hit the cap at 80, because yeah, it does cap at 80. PFE is one of those stats that yeah does cap out, and you can't go above that without well, currently in no means. With crit chance, of course, we've had, for instance, modifiers and such that have increased it over that we could go over with the modifier and such. Here with these certain PFEs, I'm landing on 78, and yeah, that opens it up to, for instance, be a firewall. And of course, Firewall is really good for its bonuses. When we have proximity on enemies, any enemy that is within 10 meters of us, we are giving our allies, not ourselves, but all of our allies, 10% increased damage against them. And that's already pretty strong, of course. If I'm going to rush into the middle of, let's say, an extraction, I'm giving a 10% amp to everybody that is shooting those enemies. Together with that, I myself am getting the Striker Shield again, where we're getting that bonus damage that this can provide, which can be really strong. Then as well, we have here it's set up to be mostly in a damage dealing setup. We are taking actually just 3 blue cores, and then we're going with 3 red cores. Everything crit chance, crit damage, except no, that is not true, because several of these, we have 2 weapon handling rolls here on the holster and here on the knee pad alongside of a crit damage. Because of course, when we are running an SMG, yeah, we already have a decent amount of weapon handling or of crit chance. So we run out of, as that caps at 60 as well. We hit the cap here as well. With this weapon, we can't take all crit damage mods on it with the tac vector. So we have to take 1 crit chance mod there, or we could take something handling wise, but actually the underbarrel there doesn't actually have any useful ones. So we are locked to kind of, yeah, making a different decision here. What do we take then? Weapon handling, not the worst choice. Helps a little bit so that we can go more for the heads, I find. And of course as well, it helps our reload, as we'll be reloading this one a lot. But actually as well, as we'll see in the game in a second, I actually am using a different weapon there that has a slower reload than this, so it helps out there. Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush. Intimidate works really well for builds that are going to get close. And as we discussed, everything here is set up that I'm going to go get close. I'm going to go and hug the enemy as much as I can. We are triggering Intimidate, which needs bonus armor. Once we have bonus armor, it starts charging up, and we need to be within 10 meters of the enemy. That's actually usually the more hard thing for Intimidate. Getting bonus armor, well, through talents and such, we can get that. Getting within 10 meters of an enemy is sometimes more difficult, but this is, of course, the build to do it. We have protection from those elites, and especially if we're just mostly fighting elites, we are reducing their damage by a lot. Then we are taking Adrenaline Rush, that is to trigger Intimidate, of course, but also Adrenaline Rush just by itself, especially if I'm, for instance, again, at the end of a countdown, just rushing into that extraction just to distract everything, and then maybe take care of some of the medics, some of the support stations that may have been put down. This will trigger off of each instance of an enemy up to 5 times. I'm totally not checking in the game. Stacks up to 3 times, as I had to just double check for a second. That stacks up to 3 times, and that, of course, each 5 seconds is regenerating. So every 3 seconds, this talent resets, basically. So unless they eat through all of that bonus armor, which they'll have a hard time because their damage is getting reduced by a lot because of that protection from elite, yeah, you're very tanky, especially when multiple enemies are around you. I'm taking the Coyote here as well, and actually the intention with the Coyote is that I'm going to go get the close range buff for everybody. Most Coyotes, of course, if the player is playing it kind of right, they're going to be mostly in the mid-range buff. This one is going to close the distance and try to get everybody the close range buff. 25 crit damage, of course, as well. I myself am at the crit cap already. I wouldn't even benefit from the mid-range buff from somebody else. I could actually set it up, or we could take more weapon handling rolls instead of the crit chance. Just to open up a little bit of a gap for a mid-range buff. But I'm just basically setting it up kind of even for solo. Because solo, I do grab this as well. Let's go into the game where we have it saved actually similarly, but actually with a different weapon. But one that I don't have at grade 30, so I didn't show it on the build picture there. But I find actually that taking this Vector SPR 9mm, its burst DPS is a little bit lower than the attack vector, but its sustain is a little bit better, and that actually gets, overall, will benefit more from the weapon handling as it has a slower reload than attack vector. Attack vector on this build with a little bit of weapon handling that it has is a 146. This one is a 2.05. Still a pretty long reload, relatively, for SMGs, because it is still a fast reload, of course, in comparison to ARs or LMGs or such. But yeah, that little bit of extra weapon handling helps out here. But of course, yeah, if I had the graded weapon, yeah, I have a great attack vector, so that's likely the weapon I'm going to take if we're taking this to somewhere where it matters a lot. And then, yeah, what we're trying to do is especially get into enemies' faces, get that shield out, get those bonuses on the enemy, and then survive decently well. Of course, the brand bonuses I'm taking here are all towards damage as well. A Sokolov and a Grupo kind of leaning into that damage, and especially for solo, if I run into some rogues, when Isaac says rogue agents detected, most of the time I'm just going to pull out this and make a really easy time of it for myself. They can't really hurt me, the rogues themselves. Their skills can, so I do need to watch out for that. If they get, for instance, a mortar turret out or something, I need to watch out where that goes. But for the rest of it, I'm just going to close the distance, and the rogues themselves, they're just going to, well, I'm going to just be a wave, a tsunami washing over them effectively. And outside of that as well, for some fights, this can be really strong. And then this one is really set up to be a damaging variant of it. And I do like them this way. We already saw on character 1, for instance, where we had a very tanky one with regen, and then also, for instance, Vanguard and Galvanize to give buffs to the allies. We, on character 2, saw a striker variant of a PFE build. This one is just a damage dealing one just by itself, and then also, yeah, not based on, for instance, that chest striker. That chest striker can definitely outdamage this once it reaches into the high stacks, but this doesn't need to reach all the way up into those high stacks, and has a lot more survivability. Even with one blue core less, because of that adrenaline rush that gets that just will pop up every 5 seconds, because yeah, that bonus armor we get here, 60% bonus armor if 3 enemies are near us. They need to eat through that, and every 5 seconds it just pops back up. So if we're kind of in the middle of a pack, yeah, that works out really well. And they, especially extraction, for instance, in Countdown, a really good place to run these as a dispersion and distraction mechanic. Now, of course, for those fights, I would still say that from an opportunity cost kind of thinking, like if we really want to min-max the team, if we're just taking 7 strikers, is this the 8th build I would put alongside of it? Maybe I would take a Hazard Protected Foam Eclipse. Maybe I would take a healer before this, but then I would take this. And then, yeah, this, of course, has a very aggressive playstyle, which I really enjoy. So because of that, yeah, they definitely have a place. Going back to the build picture, we have, this being a little bit of a harder build for newer players to get together. We are using 3 pieces of improvised gear. You do take those improvised pieces, and they are there because normally pieces on the gloves, the knee pad, and the holster, they don't have a mod slot. What the improvised pieces have is that they do have a mod slot, but of course they don't have a brand bonus. So effectively what we're doing is trading the brand bonus for a mod slot. Now, for crit damage mods and stuff, that doesn't work out because, for instance, Grupo is 13% and the mods are 12%, unless you're run out of places to put bonuses. But we don't have any brands with 13% PFE, or 12% PFE, or any percent protection from elites. Because of that, we're taking these just to get extra mod slots where we can stick in those protection from elite mods. And these pieces you need to craft, that costs some resources, and they're never going to be really great coming out of the crafting station. Because of that, they are very costly to optimize up. And alongside of that, you need several protection from elite mods. That's not per se too hard. Sometimes the 12% have been on the vendors. Farming gear mods, you will get enough eventually. But yeah, this can be especially expensive for those 3 improvised pieces. And because of that, not per se a starting build for newer players. But it is one that on every character, as I said before, I have a PFE build, and there's a good reason, especially rogue fights, but then also for some masters and such, they really can make the difference. Not per se this one, but other ones have made it so that recruiter fight, it's much easier if there's one PFE player there together with several damage dealers than having 4 damage dealers. And there are several situations where things like that will matter. Overall, a recommended build, and one that is a little bit expensive, but worth having. Yeah. 1039. That's fine for a PFE. Explain that one. Let me check one thing first. Okay. We're already at 220.
Friendly combatants nearby.
Which is a little bit longer than I want that video to be, but Character 4 should be a little shorter. I did that. Let's pick a different mode. This one I think is still like on the wrong one. This should be. Oh, you guys can't see it. I was picking other modes. This I feel is still like the what's the guy from Fresh Prince? Because that dance, right? This is implying that dance, not this dance. So I still think this has the wrong icon there. Do we have that dance? Carlson? I want to say. Let's go quirky.
Friendly combatants detected.
Although smooth dance is the one I should do actually. Ah, nah, that's maybe too much. It's already set the photo modes. That's maybe we just do it there. Somewhere where it's kind of bright. I kind of like the brightness here. Yeah, let me get you here. Oh, Carlson, yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Because that should be that dance, right? With that emote, I feel. Kind of fits that. But then, yeah, maybe they didn't do it in the end. I don't even remember what I said. Carlson, I think. I said. It's been forever since I watched any TV show. But yeah, let's take it to one outro. And with that, we come to the end of Character 3. All 16 loadouts we have looked at. And yeah, as with most of my characters, they do have a very varied set. I do try to actually spread around what builds kind of end up on which characters, just to give me something that I enjoy playing on each character. And that is kind of my, the philosophy behind those builds as well a little bit. Just to spread them out, have everybody kind of have a little bit of everything. Making it so that each of those characters actually does see some use, unlike having, for instance, one character that's a raid one that just gets used for that and such. But yeah, here we saw all 16 loadout slots for this character. One that I quite enjoy a lot because they do have my striker tech tank that I really enjoy that we nowadays can take to a tech tank as well. And actually the combat medic came over to this character just for instance to have it alongside of the striker Turdro hybrid, just to share those pieces. For instance, that has helped out. As character 2 got a new fresh Umbra combat medic over there. And yeah, they have a varied set of things that I enjoy running, including the Redify and Umbra as well. I enjoy Umbra just for its basis in different kind of charging mechanic. And because of that, I actually really do like its playstyle. It changes things up enough just to go to a different talent. Even if it isn't the top damage dealer, I'm fine with that if there is other enjoyable things about it. And yeah, we do have a nice and varied set of things here. And yeah, with the new addition of the Cocos, of course, they even got that Coco tech tank. So definitely some in here that, have also been copied over to Character 5, which we'll see in the future, which is kind of the smorgasbord of builds I like, effectively, is on second account. But yeah, we got a little bit rambly in some of these, but I hope you still enjoyed it as we went through all of these builds and I can explain what they're for and how you can get them together. if that is your intention, how hard it would be. We'll continue, of course, on to character 4 next, as that is 4.01 all the way to 4.16, and then, of course, in the future as well, we'll go to character 5. Likely, though, somewhere in here we'll have the modifier, this season's modifiers only tips come out, as that, of course, I also want to do. But yeah, these ones I actually recorded a little bit earlier than they're coming out, just to have them ready for that and opening up some space. I hope you did enjoy this one. If you did, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of shilling here. And I hope to see you in the future. And as always, have a good night. Yeah. just vibing.
Friendly combatants detected.
Yeah, let's go back here. I'm fine with that. I stumbled several times, but I'm also fine with that. We're not gonna try to hit the perfect one on that one. I really didn't have a plan going into that spiel, so it kind of became just kind of wandering. Sergeant turned the good old fall essay. I think using Umbra to use for damage for the house base and boost our room. What's going to use to boost its damage? To just use the fall. I mean, you can't even run the fall on Striker. That's not it has enough RPM, but yeah, preferably you have something a little bit higher RPM than that. If you're more meaning like what other builds it would fit well in, it's Negotiator, especially Negotiator also doesn't care too much about RPM. Coco, concentrated company that came in, that wouldn't per se care about RPM, low RPM either. It having higher base doesn't per se make a difference there. It's mostly just, yeah, the RPM differences. The higher base makes it so that you have better ammo conservation and stuff, but but the Umbra, of course, makes already pretty good use of it. You're using it, yeah, on Umbra itself, yeah, you want to take the chest, so you don't really have the option for unit alloys, and you wouldn't want to put unit equalizer. You wouldn't want to put unit alloys there either. You just take Cheska still. Because yeah, it's feeding already a lot into that. But yeah, Umbra layout would be just, yeah, kind of like what I have in the build collection. If you're familiar with that, I would just take an Umbra. Fall is perfectly fine, and then yeah, either Overdogs or taking Tinkerer. Like actually, I could, for instance, that's also why I have a Fall here. I could literally also go this. That would work pretty well as well. Killer Measured, really good for Tinkerer. Yeah, let's go play around a bit. And actually, before we go and play around a bit, let's get a few more of those bannies, or try to hard bannies. For Krampus, for purple shit. And actually, we'll run this even. I'm charging my laser. As an Umbra, for instance, for a fight like this actually works out. I mean, well, these other guys aren't hard, but yeah, we can charge up. We can be at full stacks and then slay in them. And I'm actually looking for the purples, like these things. Yeah, who cares? Purples. Yeah, purple bannies. Oh well, purple, not purple bannies, man. Hard bannies. Yeah, let's try to get some, because especially character 1, I want to try to get some of those. Let's go do that, and then where do we take it after? I'd go do some summit actually after. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's go. We haven't been in Summit for a while. Let's go do some Summit. We'll take the pistol. We'll take the high-end pistol. Well, actually, well, no, let's just take the striker one. We'll take the striker one. So we'll end up back on that character. But let's actually try to get some of these hard. This is stack up against other weapons. It's not very competitive. Optimist, so Killer and Measured and several other talented Ranger. A lot of those got a bunch of buffs. Optimist also got a buff, but it was not large. It was pretty small. It went from 30 to 35 for normal. I believe Perfect went 35 to 40, maybe. It was 5 less than whatever it is. But yeah, Killer and stuff became super big, and Optimus, Strained, both of those were decent options in the past, but they really aren't per se anymore. The F2000 itself is a decent enough weapon, so if it was a better talent, it would work out. But yeah, it being Optimist it's not bad, it's not horrendous, it's still a damage talent. It adds around, well actually, so that one would be around 8% for the Perfect. But does not keep up with Killer and stuff nowadays. Okay, so yeah, then it was 40 in the past. Because yeah, both of them went up by 5. Was normal 35 and it became 40? What's both of them? The thing I remember is both of them went up by 5. At the time. But just for my own curiosity, because okay, so this went from, oh yeah, they always had a 10 difference, right? That's 30 for one and 40 for the other.
Selection. That's what I've got.
But yeah, basically it is, 45 weapon damage. They're just kind of getting averaged out to basically half of that, making it 22.5 weapon damage versus 70 crit damage from Killer when it's active. As you can imagine, those are not balanced with each other. I would hope actually in the future maybe they kind of do another pass on the talents. They did definitely kind of they made some things more viable, but yeah, they definitely ate into other things. If you're not familiar with them as well, actually, is it this? Yeah,
Safe area.
that command should work over there as well. That should pop up a link or a link in a second. If I typed it correctly. Although I basically taped it correctly. Because yeah, that's missing an S. But yeah, these are the DPS levels. They do need a little bit of upgrade because this is an older striker build that it's at the center of them because we have equalizer. But this is actually, so on AR, basically this is all the ARs on striker with the exception of whatever got added this season, which there isn't an AR. There's only SMG and a thing, but the talent of this season is also not in here. So in here as well, you can do Control F, and then for instance, your Shield Splinterer. That's the Shield Splinterer. And we can kind of see what's around it, especially for instance, for instance, FAMAS with Strained even is ahead of it. But let's try to find one of the Lexingtons. So for instance, Lexington with Strained, Lexington with Ranger. So Lexington with Ranger at 20 meters is a 10 meter buff or 10% buff. But yeah, Flatline and Measured are, about, so they're at the 85% mark. And this Shield Splinterer averaged out is around 81% mark. And the thing is, especially Measured kind of gets that damage out, but Optimus only gets that damage out if you actually get to the end of the mag, which also eats a little bit into its damage. But yeah, these are, and also I have videos going over these on my channel, kind of analyzing them. Not sure if I specifically meant, because yeah, the oldest ones are a little bit old, but they're still valid, basically. And yeah, we're going to refresh those pretty soon to be with Equalizer, of course. That guy this guy threw a flame grenade. I'm curious to see actually if he has flame grenade as one of his traits. Are these traits actually active? Oh yeah, that's it. That seems like over. Although maybe it just was easier now. But yeah, so this guy yeah, carries and throws incendiary grenades, and yeah, so even in just fighting these guys, they're using that stuff. Or just disable those traits and stuff just to not even have the server check for them. Negev with killer. I don't want the name. Negevs are painful. Their handling is like, eh. Because the dream would be an MG5. MG5 with killer with high stats.
Hostile broadcast detected.
But yeah, we did get a Krampusnacht. And yeah, when the target is something useful, we'll use some of those out. Yeah, let's go back to character creation and we'll take them to Summit. And let's go run around with the Tempest Striker Tech Tank. I should use that a little bit in the Summit. I haven't used that one actually in the Summit much. I've done a bunch of Summit with the high-end one, but I haven't run the Striker one there. And also haven't done Summit in forever, so let's go.
Priority objective available.
You know what?
Safe area detected.
Give me... You know what, we'll just take the stronghold. Capital at some point. Will give us an extra exotic. I was hoping for activity, and then maybe we get Summit, but me. Yeah. Let's actually take that DNH chest. We'll set it up even fully.
Best gear in the city.
Go
I
back
got
here
it
now.
right here.
Because it is the one. This is the one thing that beats the equalizer is, and also kind of outright burst, sustain, damage per mag, everything. The DNH chest, just because it's 20% pistol damage, and on this one, on the high end, we can put the DNH somewhere else, the Eminence Armaments somewhere else, and then still have equalizer. On this one, yeah, we have nowhere else to stick it, so we stick in that. And then yeah, the big shield. And you know what? Let's go do some Summit, where you also can get keys. They should have just made it a guaranteed key every 3 floors here or something, in comparison to like the Bannies,
We need you to secure a
where you can get
This
quite
may
a lot of
help you clear
keys.
your schedule.
Here there's I think it was a 5% chance, right? It was a 5% chance of getting a key at the 3-floor box. So 1 in 20. We're not doing it for that. But yeah, I am doing it for, you know, heroic, Norwegian, that, pistolero, cool skills. I don't want scavenge skills. I don't want special ammo, and we take courageous as well. 8 directives. I could even take scavenge skills, but I don't want to deal with the shield. I don't want to deal with special ammo at all. That's deadly from Black Task. So we can take 8 directives. Because yeah, a lot of those don't matter per se too much. All of the healing ones and stuff, I don't care about. That's the
Rogue agent detected.
tech tanks thing. Although rogues right away is kind of a dick move game. On floor 4, really? Sheesh game. Don't want to be nice, do you? Let's take sidearm specialist, because the plan is to just be a sidearm specialist anyway. The companion doesn't count for that, right? Normally skills do. If you run turret and drone or something, that would get in the way of it. companion won't, right? Like, they can't do it. What's our just going to do to the tick, blast, DTA gun, DTA build? So generally all of those are just the same basically. So DTA on a gun or DTA on the build doesn't per se matter. Like there's no difference between that. It's just all DTA. It's just going into that pool. But yeah, weapon damage, total weapon damage, DTA, DTH, DTOC. So the stats. Technically as well, stats like damage to status affected enemies that you could get from somebody else running survivalist technically and stuff, but you know, if you're solo, not that. And then from all sources amps. So it's not just amps, because yeah, some places just say it's amps. No, that's not true, because for instance, OD, ongoing directive, is an amp, is a weapon amp, but that doesn't apply. And overdogs, well, it says, you know, amplifies weapon damage. That shouldn't apply. That's usually a thing that doesn't apply in that wording, but it does. But then basically, an easier way to kind of look at it, because that's what class is actually, is a debuff on the enemy. What class does is actually put a 30% debuff on every enemy for damage that they take from you. That's also why it's to turrets, to, you know, from pesty tick, everything. Even if you, like, make an explosion happen from a barrel next to them and the fire from that, all of that is affected by glass. Technically as well, the Eclipse backpack would apply if we could make that work in a decent way, but you know, there's no good way to make that work. Or it would cost more than it would gain you. But the overdogs is now as well, but the overdogs is kind of is applying in a weird way, and that's the reason it's applying. It's applying to skills. Technically, the pesty tick is a skill. That's how they've kind of made it work in the background. But yeah, weapon damage, total weapon damage, DTA, DTH, DTOC, and some amps is honestly the easiest way to say it. But then especially the damage from all sources amp and debuffs on them. Why am I set to Coco? What?
Hostile artillery turret.
Guess I was trying to show Coco or something. Kind of sucks not having, because I don't have many med packs and stuff either.
Rogue
Oh, that was
eliminated.
That was about as close as we. Oh shit! Press and held G instead of H. Otherwise, I press and held both. Pressing and holding G takes you back to DC.
Safe area entered.
Just my character just stepping back on the chopper, going like, "Hey, yeah, take me back to DC." No, I don't really want to, but I have to. I pressed the button. Gotta go now.
We need you to secure a skyscraper.
Just all the way fly back and then.
Help you cleared your schedule.
Yeah, could you fly me back right away? No, I gotta get out and then get back in. Okay. Rules are rules. Okay, yeah, I get it, man. It's fine. It's fine. Don't give me, I mean, you can't give me rogues again because there's a 30-minute cooldown. I just started playing and I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I've been playing this game for like 11,000 hours and I also have no idea what I'm doing. So welcome aboard. That sounds pretty healthy actually. If you've just started playing, yeah, you're likely still going through the base game and such, just going through the campaign.
Shade tech
I
detected.
would guess. Most of the stuff there is just, yeah, pay attention to the pop-ups and stuff when it does them, when it tries to explain things to you. You know, that can kind of be useful to read the tutorials as they pop up. Aside of that, honestly, yeah, just play and just, yeah, you'll get to the end game eventually. Pay attention already to talents and stuff. You can read their descriptions, you can read the brands and stuff. All of those will be the same at endgame.
Vital signs
And
critical. Agent down. Hostile striker drone
really?
detected.
Gonna finish me off? It's fine.
Agent vital signs 0.
But yeah, just make your way through the base game and get to the end game. And once you get to the end game, then honestly, the real division starts at the end game. And then I'll already link here, but in the future, once you get that point, you could find these on several spots. A link to the recommended build list. You don't want to really think about builds going through before you're level 40 because you'll outlevel the gear really quick. That wouldn't really be a useful thing to do. But once you reach level 40, you want to get a build together and start setting goals for yourself. Do you want a PvP? Do you want to raid? Do you want to go to incursion? Do you want to go play with others? Do you just want to solo and just level or get a lot of builds together? You know, stuff like that. Set up for different game modes. Not that per se game modes need specific builds or anything, but you know, there are some builds that work better for specific game modes.
Drop the hostile.
Nickly.
Terminal controlled.
Just keep chipping away at it and enjoy, especially. Most importantly, take the time to enjoy.
I'm gonna blow your fucking brains out.
Whoa, gotta move!
For me, I enjoyed quite a lot just kind of looking around, looking at the architecture and stuff like that even. So if you're into that kind of stuff, there's a lot of it in the game as well. Or you can just, yeah, get through things and just... Maybe ACS stack, actually. I'm noticing... I mean, yeah, it kind of makes sense for a weapon with 700 RPM. Because if I even do this a little bit... And I do like these Tempest tech tanks for Summit a lot. Because here as well, we can take 8 directives, we can deal with them really easily. Most of them don't really do much against us here. We're just leaving out Scavenge Skill and Special Ammo. Special Ammo would be fine against, like, Cleaners, but against Black Tusk it would be my shield. So, that would disrupt me and I would die. I'm gonna even take, yeah, Scavenge Skill, but then I would need to keep my shield up the whole time. As you can kind of see there, I'm kind of using my mobility and then sometimes pulling out the shield, so. 3-piece TS and 3-piece Langmo, it's not worth that. The damage bonuses of 4-piece Tipping Skill are worth way more just by themselves as a build, but also from a stats perspective, you would lose way too much on a build. In the same way as with a lot of things. The lack of a first bonus, because you don't start getting bonus to the 3 pieces, you would basically have, yeah, 3 piece of that. But yeah, that would just feed into your pesty tick a little bit, but your build is dropping like millions. Because you gotta remember, a pesty tick goes up to 2 million. The Langmo, like even the Langmo setup is about 8 to 9 million. The new Coco setups do around 11 million to 12 million when they're fully stacked. They're doing DPS, burst DPS. So they're doing like 6 times, 5 times over what the pesty tick is doing. It's not worth giving up the build just to make that pesty tick the highest it can be.
System disrupted.
Also, Overdogs would beat out that because the Overdogs applies to the pesty tick, so that's why we're using it as much as we are.
System malfunctioning.
And that 30% is a separate multiplier, where the weapon damage is from those. Because it is Tipping Skill's 3rd piece, right? For 30% LMG. I mean, yeah, right? That's why it's in there.
System restored.
I'm trying it. Yeah, I mean, yes.
System reactivated.
I've seen people run rifles with tipping scale. Or try to make things with ninja bike, for instance, I don't think there's value to it.
System malfunctioning.
All the bestie builds also generally the consideration is always the build and then the thing. Because even in the past, for instance, before Overdogs came in, yeah, a Sawyer could do much more
Terminal infiltrated.
for the tick than, for instance, another, you know, the Fox's Prayer or such in that build. But I would eat into your build's output by quite a bit.
System malfunctioning.
Oh. You can destroy that.
System back online.
According to our chat, elite turrets are no joke still.
Back off.
Kind of liking the playstyle of this. It can be just so hyper aggressive. Because even the bulwark is even stronger than the Crusader. Like I'm just never afraid of the bulwark breaking. I'm just I'm meant to SPW. What is that? So SPW. Memento and two different things. I was trying to like read them as the same thing of like Umbra and Striker. But anyway. Umbra at only oh yeah. Although keep in mind that stating any damage with the fall. That seems actually exceptionally low with the fall. Because likely charge driver would already do more than that, I would think. If it's just a memento and yeah, like equalizer chest on Striker, I would think. But yeah, memento, especially solo, is a really strong piece. But then usually I take it a step further. I just go to the tech tanks like I have them here. Oh. And I will grenade that thing, EMP it. I will disable it for a few seconds so it doesn't keep tossing things my way. But I generally, for instance, the tech tank style here. I don't mind taking a memento and then even more blue cores. And then taking a Crusader shield.
Shoot them all. Eat that, agent.
Oh. That's where you are. These are always annoying.
Reply to another agent's group. Receive.
What?
They're trying to surround us.
Oh, yeah. No. I guess that was a misclick.
Get away from me!
Yeah, they canceled it themselves as well. Anyway.
Now what do we do?
Should have my shield up more, just not take it on the face, because also if I armor break, the armor break. I don't want to leave the circle much because I don't want to have to recapture it. Because also sometimes they spawn from right back there, so they spawn all there. They spawn kind of in it almost. No, there was a shotgun there. Oh, there. Oh, and still set to making sure that I'm only pressing H. Let's be set to ARs. We still need AR parts likely, right? We've optimized some stuff. Yeah. And I could use an AUG for a build. I know, yeah. That was good for you. And hey there, Danny. No, if anybody wants anything, sure to give Vito a holla. Let's kidnap my
Terminal in hostile control.
sounds like a start of a rom-com. Hyenas captured my grandma. Where's my grandma? Just in the style of where's my car?
Destroyed.
Dude, where's my grandma? Has that not ever been made? I feel that's a... Not Summit Yucky. Yes, Summit Yummy. I enjoy Summit quite a bit, so... This was simplifying the context. Contracts on. Oh, yeah. Well, let's keep at them. Let's go done with them. I mean, if it's full, it's full.
EMP jammer detected.
I'm most of the
nearby.
time full on a bunch of stuff as well.
System curtailed.
Especially the weaves and stuff. If you run out of things to optimize, that's a luxury problem. Could we not double stagger me?
Out of action.
Both them hugs. Oh, this guy, you know what? A little bit useful.
System back online.
Try my shield back. Oh shit, wasn't I doing... I'm an idiot.
Target's getting near!
I was doing the pistol thingy. I should go back and check actually that companion won't count for that, right? So I'm not sure if it checks for if it's my skills doing things or if it's just other sources than pistol doing damage. Let's see. I'm gonna try and get it again in a sec. Let's try. Let's get straight crazy. Let's take this do Headhunter. Get some challenges in while we're here. Let's advance on. Okay, but then that means that, you know, it was fun enough to play for quite a while. Because yeah, when you burn yourself out on something, that also means that it was at least, you know, up to a degree you enjoyed it. Otherwise you wouldn't have stuck in there. That's not a shit one. Oh. Well, I get mine as well. The Huntsman is also not the great as well. Especially just high ends. Especially, for instance, now you can get a Lexington, especially Lexington with just and good talents, killer, ranger, measured, even streamlined if you're okay giving up your skills. And we don't need to check the first room here. There's never anything in there.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
I get a killer jammer. And these things are based on line of sight. So I'm just gonna break line of sight. Does this spot work? I think it works, actually.
Kill confirmed.
Because we just need it to 100%. Does this actually hit my guy? Yes, it's vulnerable, we can kill it.
Destroyed.
And I'm picking up the short buffs just to get some bonus armor that I can then use to murder the rest.
Oh, shit!
How Thermal works with the pesty, it just does nothing for the pesty tick, it spreads the damage just normal. So the damage of the hit gets split, and then, yeah. What it does work for, though, with the pesty is that you can stay on one target longer. So it does help with that, because you basically, you know, to that main target that you're shooting, you can, you know, all things being equal, all, you know, you're not hitting weak points or something. You can get 2 times as much stacks on them, so while damaging other things, and then also they're damaged once the pesty stacks start going around. So Thermal works decently well with Pestilence, but it doesn't really interact with the tick at all. It just spreads the damage of the hit just normally. 3 days I'm gonna get roll. Oh well, that can go like that. Right, so I want to help with there. What's wrong with John? Yep. It's also why is the thermal in the corner with that one? Because you would have been ruining that. I've been running that on that new character on 3rd account or 2nd account. So I've been running it with the thermal. One of the downsides though is, yeah, you do lose your ability to quickly kill the enemy right in front of you, which can be fine, but my playstyle definitely leans towards not having the thermal in there. But that's also a playstyle thing. I can adapt, of course. Well, you know, not of course you can adapt, but some of this still has that, right? It takes the open worlds thing and nowadays for the difficulty of the boxes, so you get purple gear like that. Takes the difficulty of the open world. Oh shit. Keep forgetting. We're already on floor 8 as well, so we can't even do a 3-floor challenge. We'll just take, although let's take that and take a few floors in there. Although that's also a 3-floor thing, right? So no, let's take Steady Stepper. Easy time to keep active, just reload from empty, I like that. It's not active for the first mag and its damage isn't too great compared to, again, other things. Because Killer just needs skills, but Measured, for instance, Measured is a go-to talent that is basically always active. You just don't need to really think about it. But overall, yeah, Huntsman just does not have the max size to make Frenzy really worth it the way that LMGs can have. But also, you need to actually reach the end of the magazine. That means that you can't like fire like that and then just reload. If you do that, it will not. You need to actually get to the end of the mag, and even that quite often requires some discipline to get going. At least for me, I end up, you know, getting a kill and then reloading. That's
Kill confirmed.
a bajillion years of Call of Duty in the past, ingraining that in me. Unless you're set to open, by the way, Guns, you need to / invite them, or they need to add you as a friend. Unless you're set to open, they can't like just type / join your name. But yeah, they can add you as a friend or something. Yeah, just as that's it. I'm not sure, Kano, if you're aware, but yeah, we just use a sacrifice nowadays. There's no unicorn chest tied to the bestie builds anymore. Because of overdex. As is this set as well, actually. Missed half a mag.
Hostile striker drone
PVC
detected.
alloy, that does help. That does help a little bit with Huntsman, yes, but that's still 75 rounds. And MG5 is 100 rounds, and M249 Para is, or well, M249 or Mark 46 is 150 rounds. They really extract a decent amount from Frenzy. And also that doesn't come for free because, yeah, when you're taking that magazine size, yeah, you're not taking something else that could add to your damage as well.
Assault drones detected.
You always have to kind of consider it, you know, in the opportunity cost sense. Huntsman isn't bad, but yeah, it's not, you know, it's not one of the, it's not a meta thing. It doesn't mean that it's, you know, unless you really want to just play around with it. But the thing especially is just, yeah, making informed choices means that some things are better than other things. In this case especially, yeah, just taking, for instance, even a measured Lexington overall will likely deal more damage. And the Huntsman, especially because, yeah, you still need to empty out the mag. Even though the FAMAS does that pretty quick, that still needs to happen. That first mag is not bonus. That eats into the damage.
Accessed.
And then, yeah, the frenzy that it gets is not as large as, for instance, the LMG ones, which make up for that first mag, basically, by just being super OP on the second mag. But the FAMAS itself, underneath it as well, kind of like with the shield splinter, is a good gun. So that helps quite a bit already. But frenzy, yeah. I tend to call like the LMG ones like the real frenzy, and then yeah, they have a little bit of a advantage. Essentially, and yeah, 30 streak AC. Well, good luck to all of you. And yeah, hopefully you guys will come out with all the timbers.
Last one here.
Actually, I should try to get all the headshot kills. Why is my tracking gone again?
Hit again.
Didn't I track on screen the thing? I did really like these setups for just, yeah, 8 directives here. So actually, when you're doing 8 directives on Summit, and you're also, for instance, one of the things you can do is actually just reset the first 10 floors over and over again. Every time getting a bunch of challenges, the challenges also get actually XP from the directives. So that means that you can actually get decent amounts of XP out of it. Not like about as let's say double countdown, but countdown is of course super low as well.
Hostile striker drone detected.
And of course, yeah, I can cheese floor 100 for way too much XP. I cursed them, yeah. A curse upon you for 17 generations. It's actually ACS is a
EMP jammer detected nearby.
killer or normal? Oh, it's these guys.
System curtailed.
What the fuck?
System reactivated.
One thing they should have done for Summit like a million years ago, like when dinosaurs were still alive, about a million years before Summit was introduced. They should have had an indicator of, do you have the key? Because that's always my question in the Summit. Do I have the key? Because actually now I'm thinking, do I have the key? Do I need to go around and look for the key in this room? Or do I have the key? I think I have the key. Do I have the key? In Countdown, it's always like, did I get the box? And Summit is just, did I get the key? I need a melon. Nice. And yeah. You get there in the end. Welcome to the 30 Club. The Dirty 30 Club. Oh, I should have swapped to Great Crazy for another one onto that, but it's fine. This should have been to Great Crazy. Let's set this to Superior Slaying. And we'll keep the other one to Headhunter. Let's go kill a boss. Boss. And you got it under 30 days. So that's an expertise per day. More than an expertise per day. 1.2? No, that. Why is my brain not braining? Oh, it is 1.2, isn't it? Oh. But then, oh, I press it. 3 divided by 25. Yeah, it is 1.2. Shut up, brain. Don't doubt me. I know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. So 1.2 expertise per day. Krampus God, indeed. The Krampus is back in town. Yeah, just Krampus squad, won't you come and give us some more keys? Krampus squad, Krampus Lauf, won't you come? Won't you come? Yeah, and they did. They came back. Oh, and thank you so much there, Buffer. Sorry for not noticing for a minute there. Yeah, thank you so much for subscribing there. It's always much appreciated. We'll be sure to waste that all on some silly apparels and like eagle bearer skins and other stuff like that as we go along. But yeah, thank you for the patronage. And glad to have you on. What the actual fuck?
Target detected.
You know what?
Yo, take this fucker out. They're all over me.
Oh, you have phone? You, sir, are dick. Where do you have phone? Did you go away? This is my corner now. I live here.
Let's get this shithead from the side. Can't let him get away with this. That kill's mine.
Should try to just stack here a little bit. You'll be great for that. You forget. I'm so used to pulling out the shield and then ACS stacking. But yeah, that's of course the wrong shield for that. Where are you going? None shall pass.
What the fuck are you doing there?
Are you a nun? Then you can't pass. Only nuns. I feel that's like an offshoot of OnlyFans, right? Just only nuns. It's just Bible passages all the time. Only nuns. Let's get this sidearm specialist down. They extended, yeah. So the patch said to the 13th. So. Or when they patched it, they said to the 13th. So watch it accidentally not go to the 13th, but we'll give them the benefit of the doubt for now. Is that an extra week? Let's just keep banging out floors. Let's get the project done. I haven't done a summit project in like forever. I haven't been in a summit much recently. I do like summit, especially for instance, yeah, like this, like 8 directives, just chilling. I did used to do a lot of summit in the past. Partially because also summit kind of has like breaks in between, so it's always worked out for like just, just doing a little bit and then just like doing some other stuff and then coming back and do more.
Hostile control.
Hello. Don't mind me coming through.
Terminal destroyed.
Take care of the objective first. Warhands, just like in Countdown, is one of the faster objectives here as well. It's the same, just... Although here, actually, no, it's not even the same. Here, you just destroy the servers and it takes the dogs with it. So, week more, yes. So I was gonna go till the 6th. Now it's gonna go till the 13th of January.
Let's get these. I've been waiting to use this.
Damn it!
It's like, oh, did I thought I heard the thingy.
Fucking distance.
Oh, that was this guy getting a kill. That was that sound. That was the pling of this guy getting a kill.
Now that's stress relief.
MG ready.
Which he doesn't want to do anymore. Did you get another kill? I just want an example of it happening.
I need a cleaner shot. Here's your ticket, fucker.
We'll just wait for the percentage to be full.
Take him out.
If we keep killing, it spawns more waves. You do need to clear one wave at least. It will spawn a second wave if nothing else. But if you have killed 2 waves, this is the second wave that spawned already. So I just waited that instead of just spawning more, because why would we? Oh, also, yeah, let's try getting. Let's take the medic because I have these guys because I was doing some of the challenges with them. Let's take the medic. And let's try to get the thing. Also, yeah, there we saw it actually for a second. So when there is a trick actually for seeing the key in the summit. It can be handy to know. If we go into the void, the second we come out of the void, in the distance there, just in the middle of the screen, you see for a second like a yellow thing. That's the key. So the key is already there, but it renders basically the key first and then it renders all of this. For a second, you kind of see it. So that can be handy, especially in some of those rooms. You just put your back towards the wall and just do this and you can see if it's in that room. So for instance here, yeah, it's just around the corner there. That can be actually faster than just like going through an entire room. That can help with that kind of stuff. It is somewhere here or there. Yeah.
Terminal in hostile control.
Be ready to die, motherfucker. They won't let me. We're all dead.
Thank you. How many rushers were here? Oh, maybe I destroyed the servers. Oh, it's the one back, isn't it?
Terminal destroyed.
I mean, I understand, fuck me, but why my system? That might be easy to you. Nope. That was a jump scare. I was just looking over there trying to catch up on chat and see just something running at me. Unlike the preview. That was a jump scare. I got 42 keys up now. Let's say, yep. Yeah, so it'll be around for a little bit. Why they onto this military Mark 46? It is one of the top weapons in that class. DTA would only really be useful for tipping, but maybe we keep. I'll keep that one.
Shade tech detected.
I cleared out my stash quite a bit recently, so time to put new junk in there. Out with the old, in with the new junk. That is. Did I miss?
Hostile
I think
striker
I missed.
drone detected.
Can I have a grenade? Thank you, game. And then we'll just EMP that.
Damn shield.
Oh wait, does my companion count as one? Come here. Come here. It probably isn't. No, you don't count. You're not real. Huh. Or are you real? Wait. Is she in here?
Hostile assault
No, you're
turret
not real.
detected.
Okay, for that. Because these things are tug of war. So if there's like 2 enemies in here and just me, they would start. Kind of like taking it over, even if I'm in the circle. So yeah, this guy was in there. I thought already there must be another guy.
Hostile incinerator turret.
But yeah, so if it counted him, it would count as an extra guy in there. If we have 2 players in here, for instance, and there's 1 enemy, we'll start to like take it over. If there's just one and one, it just stays whatever the hell it is at the time. That's why it's kind of handy to stay in the circle. That's why you see me generally stay in the circle. Because if just one enemy walks into it, it'll still stay like this because they spawn there. Yeah, the Mark 46 is one of them. It's the same class as same type as the M249B and the M249 Para. But overall, the Mark 46 is a tiny bit better. So. But yeah, it's with DTA, which is not a preferred stat in most cases. But I'll just hang on to it for now. Let's see later if we have a use for it. Might stick it on tipping scales for having a DTA and a... Although there I would want it to be classic M60 for the main weapon. You know what? Put down your thing. Just put it there. Does this count for that? No. These might. You know what? Oh yeah, you have shock rounds for the duration of that thing, don't you? It's trying to be set on fire. That's what I'm trying to get done. To then be cleansed by the box. That's the last journey thing I have that I need to get done. Oh well, need to get that. That's the last journey challenge remaining. I already have 8 on it as well. So we're already getting somewhere, but. Why am I being the biggest idiot ever? I'm on sidearm specialist and I keep using my AR. It's fine.
That's one down.
Where's the tracking here? Why is the tracking so weird here? What's getting in its way? What?
One less to deal with.
Okay. Or did I just actually? Onward. Do they have the key? Wait, on easy level, this one legendary turn. We will sell it. Well, that's because you're doing it already on that, so no need for me to do it. You're already clearing it, so yeah.
Terminal in hostile control.
But yeah, legendary. Actually, this build would do fine on legendary here in Summit. In Summit, it also scales numbers for legendary, where, you know, in strongholds and stuff, it doesn't scale numbers, it only scales armor and health. That's why the strongholds are especially quite a bit harder, actually, solo than they are in group setting.
System reactivated.
Another dead asshole.
But yeah, Summit does scale. Actually, this will do fine on legendary.
Destroyed.
Thing would be 10 directors would be a bit much because they have especially the special ammo would all be disrupt.
My armor's trash!
I also feel people actually overestimate how hard just these legendary here is, because they're used to like the strongholds being a mess of enemies, even solo. But yeah, they don't scale the... where's the last dude? Found him. Actually, how many floors do I need more? Maybe we're gonna take it to legendary. I wouldn't mind trying this thing out at legendary. Zion can do it fine. The thing is though, it's a lot slower. Here we can go at a decent pace. I can be hyper aggressive and stuff. We can't play like this against white tusks. And then we just shoot their backpack off. That makes them take their helmet off on those heavies. We shoot the gas can on the back.
Back off!
I refuse. Although yeah, I do want it to be like this, where I've done some heroic first and got my memento charged up. Because otherwise it will also be painful without the memento charged up. It's like the headshot honcho. Respawn the same mission. That sounds pretty healthy. Either something went very right or something went very wrong, I'm guessing. Special ammo and more specialization weapon ammo. Yeah. Yeah, let's take it to the lobby, because that's what we need to change difficulty. Yeah, there's a ammo Overdrive Surge? Yeah. Which, yeah, it's not going to be that interesting, I think. There's also that headshot event. That is a little bit more interesting. It'll be next week, also with Hollywood and stuff. I'm waiting for that one as well with... do we keep all the... Yeah, fine. It'll be interesting to see with if we get a good rotation on the sands. Oh wait, I need to figure out what weekend that is. Am I free that weekend? I'm actually not sure. I'll look that up later. Oh no, don't worry about it. Danil isn't serious. That's also wait, there's a... But yeah, we sometimes joke about, you know, just everything has to be 15 directives on Master Legendary. Just so you can, you know. But yeah. At least. Oh yeah. But also I do want to actually try it here with this, actually. So we are taking it to Legendary, but not because of that. But yeah, they're just messing with me. Or trying to. So I don't know what good rolls. Yeah, I mean, especially getting a specific AR or something often takes a while. That's also why I'm set to ARs here. I'm trying to get a good AUG, but strangely, for just for the OD tech tank. Just because it has a bigger mag, but... Yeah. Although I'm taking 8 directives here, but yeah, not that. Pesty, good on tipping skills? Not really. It has too short of a firing time, and Pesty, like, crit damage does not help too much with... I totally forgot actually what they're... For instance, a build like this can work out reasonably well. Although the annoying thing is this is an annoying objective where I need to be quite a bit forward. I'm just gonna sit here for a second, let my regen take over. Because I don't have med packs yet. That's also a thing with hard to earn, of course. We don't have med packs yet. But I can just sit in it. Oh, that's actually nice. I can just take those to the face. And not lose my shield. Although this might be too much. Oh no, it's healed again. Never mind. You guys had your chance to kill me. Now I'm gonna kill you all. Where's this goddamn mini tank? It's so hard to see sometimes.
Critical systems exposed.
I literally don't see that guy. But yeah, sometimes it's also in the summit, it depends on which objectives, especially if it's not an objective where you have to do go forward and deal with this thing. You can just sit in the back and kind of just let them come to you. Just clear the rooms and stuff are pretty easy here. Because I feel a lot of people have the expectation that Summit Legendary, especially solo, is just as hard as like the Strongholds. It's not. You get scaling here in numbers. It's just a few enemies, not like, a 4-man's wave of enemies. This shield, especially with because yeah, we're also getting the bonuses from the seasonal modifier onto skill efficiency. The shield is just something. Because yeah, we're getting 15 skill efficiency there, also even more healing on the artificer as well. Because it is definitely stronger than this shield normally is. Yeah, there's a third server. Could you destroy that? Thank you, dumbass. Just fighting extra waves for no reason.
Data transfer halted.
I thought it was just too... I didn't pay attention to the objective. Oh, that thing's gonna disrupt us all.
System malfunctioning.
Oh yeah. Because this is, for instance, one of the more annoying objectives, actually. Because you have to do a bunch of stuff, and then also you have to be out in the middle of the room. But that's also why you see sometimes people being in like Legendary Summit to just show Legendary. It's just like, that's not the Legendary Strongholds there. These are not per se easy, but they're not hard. Like especially something like this. and just tear through these guys. There's nothing in here, but I'm still gonna open it. One day I'm hoping to see a key in here, maybe. But it has no normal looking. Because in most rooms are gonna do this. Just let them come to you. Deal with them.
Tango is flanking us.
What?
Can't take much more.
Right, it's definitely a lot slower than heroic. Does the challenge or the challenges XP scale? A tiny bit. It went from like 280 or something to 290. It's kind of funny how little that scales. Hello, who's still alive? Could you shoot me
All talk, no good.
so I can shoot you?
Here's one.
The biggest enemies getting through these things. Over the gloves, they are in targeted loot, and they are in exotic caches. So just in general, gloves targeted loot. But they are also the blueprint you can get from retaliation against hyenas as a completion reward for hyenas. So overall, the best way, because in retaliation you also have targeted loot. You can set your target loot to gloves, especially piss off hyenas a lot, and do a bunch of hyenas. You might get the blueprint. Eventually, you'll get the blueprint. It's a non-duplicate system, so eventually you'll just get the blueprint if you do enough of them, if you complete enough of them. But yeah, you might get it along the way. Also, it might just be the first blueprint you get. But yeah, you do need to be able to kind of complete, preferably heroic retaliations, which definitely in group are a little bit easier than solo. They're not the easiest thing, but they're also not per se too hard. If you're kind of comfortable on heroic, they're not too hard. But yeah, you do need to be able to consistently finish them, and then, yeah, along the way you can just have your target set to that. Otherwise, yeah, you can just, any other targeted loot gloves will work too, or just getting a bunch of caches. So you could do it through countdown, but yeah, the retaliation, having the blueprint helps out a lot. Eventually you'll get it. The main thing, alongside of other, it still needs to do damage, but especially, for instance, when we consider like pestilence skills with weapon damage. So for instance, on Coco is a really good build for pestilence. Concentrated Company, the new gear set. That adds into weapon damage, and that benefits the pestilence. Here, the pestilence is just getting crit damage, which doesn't per se, it doesn't do anything special for the pestilence the way that Coco does, where the tick goes up by a lot. And then yeah, the firing time is important, but also yeah, for instance, as the recommended weapon, if you've seen it, me mostly go with the classic M60. Of course, Stoner and GR9, for instance, have more ammo and more firing time, especially the Stoner. But yeah, then you're giving up too much damage. So it is a trade-off, but yeah, the Pestilence's firing time is just way too short for that very long reload, and then also you're not per se getting too much. You're not per se getting too much like benefits towards the Pestilence. It's not the build for Pestilence. Pestilence would much rather be on a Lengmo setup or an
Should have stayed in the farm.
what are you on the table? Wait, is this guy on the high ground? It's Obi-Wan Kenobi over here with It's over, agent. I have the high ground.
Another dead asshole.
Understood.
Another one. Should actually watch out. I'm treating this as if I'm on heroic. But also, it doesn't matter too much. If I die, I die. You just get sent back. As long as we can clear some floors, it's fine. Yeah. I just did not say that as well. Beat me to it. Just plain hard. I mean, yeah, this is just hard.
We can wipe them out.
3 dots means hard, right? 3 stars on that. But yeah, a good build can make that difference. But also, yeah, again, actually summit skills in numbers. That's why we're not like dealing with the way that strongholds have like a shit ton of enemies. They don't scale in numbers. They scale only in health and armor. So it's actually a lot easier to do summit with legendary. Oh, the key. So actually, so for instance, it's handy for this. Like, I would have to go check there. I would have to go check there. But instead, what I do is we like here. Actually, or was that something else? Wait. I'm confused. Is the key here or not? But yeah, I spotted the key for a second, I think. Or it's just ammo that dropped for some reason. Maybe there was a mini tank or something. Oh, there's maybe ammo in the previous room. That makes sense. Or was this the ammo drop or something in the previous room? Because yeah, it wasn't actually yellow, was it? It was white. That's because my world is set to hard. That's the thing that I could go and fix if I wanted to, but yeah. For a long time now, yeah, Summit is whatever, yeah, or is affected by your world settings. So if I just went to DC and set my world to heroic, it would actually not have that. That sounds like a lot of work. Yeah, you have the special enemies. Black disc with flamethrowers. Yeah, these guys are pretty chunky, actually. I don't want to put you in there.
System disrupted.
I should just ACS that.
System reactivated.
Also, it would be nice if they fixed that you didn't need to do that. But...
We lost a man.
Yeah, this one's definitely... I hadn't taken this one against Legendary Summit actually yet. I've taken the high-end one, but yeah, this one definitely has more damage, of course. So it feels it as well. Works pretty well. But yeah, that's why I'm getting purple loot. Is my world set to to hard outside of here because I was farming hard bounties. Oh no, so I'm gonna get good loot. I mean, you just set to heroic. If you want the good loot. But no, so it doesn't. So the thing is, it only affects it like downward. So if you have heroic open world and you come here on normal, you don't get heroic loot, which is, you know, the worst of both worlds basically, for us as players. But yeah. But if the world is set to normal and you come here on heroic, you get basically. Yeah, well, so the rolls on the thing seem to be still heroic, but you get some purple loot and stuff. Seems to be more the case, and then the purple loot will just be the targeted seems to be affected by that mostly. Because the normal drop, the normal source drop, that seems to just be working fine. That's why you also always see on high end. It's not just the purple. It's mostly the targeted that's affecting that. Don't make me jump down. This guy's always super annoying, but I want to stay up here.
Time your shot.
High-risk target
Okay.
approaching.
I'm launching the drone.
Hey, shy.
Son of a
He's shy, so he's running away.
gun!
Come here. Let's tango. And as they say, it takes two to tango. This might not be a good idea.
Serious trauma detected.
As long as it doesn't have anything that will kill me outright.
Taking hit!
No, maybe. Oh shit.
Hostile target!
You get waves after? Good puzzle.
Got the fuck up!
Assumed it would be the last
No
wave.
chance!
Where's your owner?
What? Rebel.
Shit, I totally forgot. Yeah, you get a bunch of waves even usually after named. Because even on the boss floor, you usually get that, of course. I get the key actually? I don't remember. Doesn't matter either way though. Let's go finish up these floors. Yeah, let's get enough to get our weekly summit done. Well, likely then we'll actually run that as well. And, yeah, and then tomorrow I'll edit together what we recorded today. For this character 3's build collection run through. But I'll also be streaming a lot tomorrow as well. I think. Tomorrow's over. Those are interactions. Lesson summit. The long time we see here some key drive block. I'm going to lucky to find it. Oh, whenever you get close enough to it, it can trigger that sound. Quite often, that sound is actually triggering when you're in the elevator, and that's why you don't hear it. So it's only like the bigger layouts where you hear that, because you'll be far enough away that you don't hear it when basically the loading screen happens. When it is loading, it's just that you don't hear the sound. But no, you can usually see through walls, and there's a fixed spots for them. So once you kind of know them all, it's not too hard. Although there's a lot of them.
Rogue agent detected.
Enjoy that, yeah. Let's see, it's playing sometime, yeah. Pick it up against some Rouges on Legendary. There's also the only Rouges you can fight on. Well, no, nowadays we have the Master ones, right? We have the Master guys on the Pact. But they're Master. This is Legendary. Let's fill up, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to start on Legendary with this. I would just do 3 floors Heroic and then at least, and then charge that up and then go in. There are kind of fun, yeah. So builds, some builds. I mean, I have the like a weapon. There's plenty of players that just like a weapon and they just keep using it on all builds. After a while, I started like it. I still always like it. I wouldn't want to run it way too much, but just here and there, I'm perfectly content running some summit here and there. It is different enough. It's an annoyingly big room. Where did you guys spawn?
Sticky drone activated.
How about you don't activate that?
I'll get this agent.
Will you get this agent? I And these rogues are just stronger and like a little bit more dangerous, but
Hostile artillery turret detected.
usually as well they have like more annoying skills. I have no idea what an artillery turret is, and it might murder me, but it didn't. So,
Rogue agent eliminated.
so there is that. But yeah, rouges are not that dangerous. Rogues on that. Any idea how exotic side on Busy Little Bee works? Apart from talent, tech subscription seems it could be strong. It is very strong. It is actually one of the strongest tools, but it's a lot of work to get it going unless you specifically need it. So actually, Busy Little Bee gets used in speedruns. So one of the things as well with the Busy Bee is you can actually stack it up even before going in a fight on, like for instance here, once I kill these enemies, I could actually shoot weak points while they're on the ground. So enemies that have weak points remaining, like that guy's backpack and stuff. And you can actually get stacks on the Busy Bee. So you could go into the next room, then swap your weapon and kind of like through it. And that actually gets used in speedruns. And it's really strong. It is a really strong buff. The thing is though that for general play, it's too much to do or to want to do. You mostly want to have it, yeah, kind of in that way where yeah, either you get it in a room, because that's also why it gets used in speedruns. It's just you set up, for instance, somebody running a sniper or something. The rest of the people clear out the rest, and that guy just marks, and then he's setting up to like headshot the legendary boss in one shot or something, right? Like stuff like that. So it gets used in that way. But in general play, it's just too much of a hassle to like keep doing unless it's special occasions. But it was a little bit very strong. Oh yeah, indeed. Been 35k for a little bit. Well, yeah, definitely the 3 times and 5 times and stuff. I've kind of eaten in my enjoyment of SHG leveling. I still care a little bit, but a lot less than I used to in the past. About SHT levels. There's this. Yeah. Yeah, that could completely, like, that's always the thing with rogues. They can still, you can't really easily lose that fight. It depends on just, yeah, a few good skills on their end, and it's over. That's what I enjoy as well about Division. Is just like, it's never a guaranteed fight. Even if I had a PFE equipped or something, or if I went to my PFE build on this character, it still wouldn't be a guaranteed fight. The way that in some other games, you have most of the fights are kind of guaranteed. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Also, we're in trouble.
Agent down.
Yeah.
Agent killed.
Those rushers going to the side really messed that up. But that's fine. You know what, actually, yeah, let's feel this, how this is without...
Hostile striker drone detected.
Without... thinking. Also, you know what, let's do it without modifier. Just to make it a little
Nearby
harder.
hostage situation detected.
This one will be easy enough anyway. These guys don't scale up that much on Legendary. Watch out, I don't have my regen yet. Shouldn't just take cheap hits. Gets us a few drops. A few mementos. And I started getting comfortable, and the game punished me for it. I was like, I'll just go and ACS stack, get some more damage out of it, but yeah.
Shade tech detected.
Wait, is it double? Is it two of them? No. Right? I wouldn't do that on low floors. Sometimes you have two of these boxes.
Right there.
Copy that. New target.
Well, one thing as well, Summit, for instance, does have scaling when it comes to especially enemy veterancy, the higher up in floors you go. So lower floors, so we're on 17, we're not that high up. We see a lot of reds. And then if we were doing the same floors on like 90 plus, everything would be elite by that point. So there's even scaling like that. And then actually that affects the drop rates as well a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. So it's just kind of easier here on these lower floors. It's definitely weaker without the modifier. Of course.
Hostile civilian target.
I'm curious actually, I should have done that way earlier. I'm curious actually how fast this could solo DUA or something. Boss fight would still be... This would be not the greatest tool for the boss fight. The shield doesn't stop the... Shield does not stop the... Like the pulses just hits everything, right? On the DUA boss. I don't think I've ever used the shield for him, even in the past when we used to like shield peek and stuff. For that fight you wouldn't at that point. Let's do the 3-floor section because we've started it anyway. Let's take it to 19. Although we're on 17, so we would need to do 2 more floors. Do I want to do that? Maybe we die. I'm gonna play pretty aggressive and maybe we die. And then I have an excuse. Hey. I have found the key. Will this work? Not really. And here there's a roof, so hopefully this is not the healing one. There's a healing one of these, and that one's like horrendous. It's one of the worst things to get in summer. It's also a little bit rare because it heals an incredible amount. Like you have to really just like either sweet dreams them just to get them out of the way.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh yeah, I turned around. Like, where's my companion? Off. Go away, mini tank. Nobody likes you.
They're tailing me.
Nope. I keep forgetting that, yeah. Sometimes we need to pay attention when we go from one room to another. Because of this guy. I have the key already. Keep trying to ACS stack and it keeps not really working out for me. Taking way too many hits while trying to do so. You know what? Hit my shield. Curious. You missed. That was in range to hit me. Did you go away?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah.
Agent
I was about to say,
killed.
I should just go into Discover and heal. Oh. I'll let that get way too close. But we got our 15 floors already, so I'll just take our way out of there. But yeah, we should actually take this through. Well, honestly, Capital might be more in line with this build, actually. I wouldn't hit speedrun times, but likely, like, DOA would be like, what, 25 maybe? Just not fast, man.
Safe area detected.
Surprised I actually haven't tried that yet.
Hey, Asian.
Yeah, let's go through these. That one I'm keeping. This can go. Put this away before we forget. Let's pop these caches, and then, yeah, we'll round out here. We'll go and raid someone, as we always do on the Twitch end. I need to put the DNA chest back.
Good to see you.
Is it good to see me? No. Free exotic component in the form of a overlord.
Business.
Although free. As free as it gets. How many am I up to again? 64. As many as we can have bounties. Yeah, let's put this chest back. Let's just load up normal strider tick tank. There we go. Yeah, let me catch up to here, and also, yeah, let me first find this somebody to raid. Let's see who's about. Oh yeah, that works out perfectly. Send everybody off to Manny as he's busy debriefing Schaefer. Something here. No. If you don't mind, what are the mechanics for using Devil's Due named backpack? So it has two states. It is before a kill, or when it's in that kill state, and then there's a normal state. I should look at one while I'm. So it's actually the values on it. I always forget. Thing is, though, from a general perspective, it's not really great, especially because Bloodsucker, for instance, is a much better tool overall for just doing that survivability thing, especially as we get a lot of things. Yeah, so when it's in its normal state, it's just if you're below 20%, critical hits repair 2.5% missing armor. There's no cooldown on that or anything, but yeah, you can basically very quickly fill back up to that 20%. But of course, second you reload and stuff, yeah, it kind of hurts. And then, yeah, when you get a kill, it depends on how many core attributes they have. So this is then for the time is based on the number of core attributes. So it's basically, yeah, 4 for 0 red, 10 for 6 red. So 5 for 1 red, 6 for 2 reds. Basically, every red adds a second. But at that 10-second margin to get back up to 100% is kind of like, yeah, it's too small overall. And then this normal way is just, yeah, kind of painful. Because it can heal up decently well. But yeah, Bloodsucker kind of is overall, and like if you want that, you would go Bloodsucker. But also Memento. Memento can just regen you 3%. Kill, no kill. Just. And then also, yeah, we have Medpacks, and Medpacks regen you 100% for like 2 seconds of work. So lots of health. No, so it's armor. So in the past, clutch used to be health, and that's actually how we used to use it. Because some people go like, "Oh, it was good in the past, so it must be good now." Thing was, in the past, we had a talent that was Berserk. That was Clutch Berserk. That was the combo. Berserk, the less armor you had at the time, not like as a stat, but remaining, the more damage you would do. And then health would be healed by Clutch. So Clutch was, whenever you got a crit, it would heal you for a certain amount of your health. There wasn't like the mechanic of like, you have to get a kill or anything. So yeah, you would use Clutch to heal up your health. You would just let your enemy shoot you. You would constantly be healing your health. And then Berserk was at full strength the whole time. And Berserk was like super big. But yeah, nowadays it's armor. And healing armor, there's a lot of talents that can go with that. And then also, yeah, it doesn't have that Clutch side of thing or the Berserk side of things to like really, that fed off of it so much. So nowadays it's no longer that used. Because Bloodsucker, Memento, both would just kind of outclass it in a lot of plays. And if you need the healing, you can always just get into cover and just, you have 4 armor kits. And then you pick up some again the second you're empty and you get a few kills, you'll get some again. So that becomes a much better healer overall. Yeah. But then, for instance, in Descent, it does get used because in Descent, it can be a little bit higher value, but also it doesn't come at the cost of other things. That's also the thing. Because also, yeah, a damage talent is also worth a lot. Like a damage talent is also worth a lot. Nice. Yeah, let's round out. We'll send everybody off to Manny here, who's doing things and stuffs, showing things on the map, I'm guessing. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, likely tomorrow as well. I'll jump on in the afternoon and in the evening, and we'll kind of do the same thing as well. Play around a little bit, and then in between, go and record Character 4's builds collection run through video. And then yeah, we'll have 5 remaining for in the future. And today, yeah, was that today? Was that yesterday? Been streaming so much, it's all melting together. That was today, right? Yeah, today the concentrated company video went up that we recorded yesterday. So a lot coming. Yeah, enough yapping for me. We'll go and raid over onto Manny O'Critty. Seems to just be doing some Krampus laughing. Yeah, let's start that raid. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. Hope everybody had some fun. I was fine with the amount of rambling, especially of course when we're going through and going through those build collection updates. But yeah, if you did enjoy it, more tomorrow, as I'll be around quite a bit. Likely on Monday, starting Monday, so the day after. I'll start streaming. I will have to start streaming less, but so I'll be around quite, of course, every evening most of the time. So, yeah, that's the housekeeping and everything. Thank you all for joining me. Hope everybody had some fun. And as always, have a good night.